Your full names for the record.
Clinton Ullerman.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I do not.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence will give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether to welcome you, Mr. Ullman, or not.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Sonnen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, can I briefly introduce the evidence that Mr. Ollerman is going to
Yes, yes.
Mr. Ollerman has prepared a report, and you will recall, Mr. Chairperson, arising from Ms. Ngoyi's affidavit in the Siangena review application. Questions arose about the property transactions that Mr. Montana has entered into, and some of which you've been on which evidence was led in the last 2 days. And the question really is there a connection between the Siangena contracts and those property transactions? Now, what Mr. Ollerman has done, and the question really is, how do we present all of that evidence to you and, of course, to the public in a manner that facilitates a proper understanding of all the evidence? One could lead the evidence of 20 witnesses about each sale and so on, but this is documentary evidence. Mr. Ollerman has been at the heart of collecting all the documents relating to the properties. And based on that, he prepared initial reports which dealt with the different stages of the transactions in respect of each property. Then about 3 weeks ago, Chairperson, we were trying to find out how we could get the evidence of Mr. van der Walt, and then we found out that he'd left the country. And it is then that we acquired, Mr. Ollerman, through a subpoena, acquired the documents that Mr. Loubser presented yesterday. And that all through a quite different light on the property transactions and a possible link with the Siangena contracts. And we thought to present that in a manner that puts all the facts in perspective, and without drawing conclusions at this stage, but puts the facts in perspective. Mr. Ollerman would draw up a report of his investigation as at the stage. So that is the evidence that he is going to lead. He's prepared a detailed report, and I'll go through the report with him. Now, Chairperson, as a preliminary to that, and again, in the interest of fairness to everybody, after Mr. Ollerman had prepared the reports were served on all, if I may call it that, implicated parties or parties who are possibly mentioned. Among them are TMM and Mr. Ferreira. The reports were served on them, and on Monday or on Tuesday, we received a note from Mr. Ferreira's and TMM's lawyers to say, but you should not lead the evidence, Mr. Ollerman, because we want to present our own evidence on the matter. But it was by way of letter. The Commission wrote back, Chairperson, to say, if you don't want Mr. Ollerman's evidence to be led at this stage, bring an application, as you're entitled to do in terms of the rules, to say, well, postpone it until this date, and the prejudice will be suffering. And our approach would have been, if you want more time, we'll gladly give you more time. In fact, we'll consult with you next week, and you can, we can lead all the evidence at the same time. We received a letter this morning or late yesterday, Chairperson, to say, well, they want to apply to cross-examine Mr. Ollerman and Mr. Loesche. So I place that on record just to indicate that there were allegations that it would be unfair to lead Mr. Ollerman's evidence at this stage. And when we asked for the proper procedure to be followed, the response is, well, we want to cross-examine. Now, that's an application that will obviously be made to you, Chairperson, and I'll just alert you to it. But that's where we are at this stage. And as far as the Commission's legal team in the Prasa team stream is concerned, we are entitled to lead the evidence of Mr. Ollerman at this stage.
No, thank you very much. Okay, let's continue.
Yes. Mr. Ollerman, you've heard I've explained to the Chairperson the genesis of the report.
Great.
Can you indicate to the Chairperson well, what your role is in regard to the reports?
Well, I guess the beginning is his relationship with the Commission.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the beginning, yeah.
Yes. So, Chair, I'm appointed as an investigator at the Commission. I'm currently leading the investigation with the Prasa team, looking into various contracts involving Prasa and allegations around state capture. My involvement with this particular matter comes from numerous documents which we've looked through during the course of our investigation, various court papers, affidavits which had been obtained in other matters prior to our investigation, one of which was of Ms. Marsa Ngoe, who has also testified here before at the Commission as well. And one of the affidavits which we looked at during the course of our investigation was her founding affidavit in the Siangena matter, where Prasa had brought an application to have the Siangena contract set aside. One of the key matters which Ms. Ngoe raised in the affidavit on why the contract should be set aside were related to certain financial dealings between the Prasa Group Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Lucky Montana, and an attorney, Mr. Rian van der Walt, who had represented Siangena on various matters in the past. In fact, Mr. Ngoe, in the affidavit, went so far as to say that a criminal docket had been opened at Brooklyn Police Station as a result of what they refer to potentially corrupt activities. These activities that she referred to related to, or the financial dealings which she referred to, related to 4 property transactions involving Mr. Montana and Mr. van der Walt, in which 4 properties were purchased. First of all, it was 3 properties were purchased, and one property was purchased from Mr. Montana. The 4 properties, evidence has been led at the Commission on these properties. It's the Parkwood property, a property in Waterkloof, property in Sandhurst, and a property in Hurlingham. What is also mentioned is, whilst these financial dealings were taking place, Siangena was at the same time, during the same period, engaged in extending or having an addendum to their contract concluded there were negotiations with Prasa to have that contract extended to the value of just under 800 million. I think it's 794 million. And because of this, it was alleged that these relationships in which these parties as contractor and service provider raised significant red flags because of of these financial dealings that were involved as well. We have then subsequently reviewed the documentation, obtained further documents during the course of the investigation, interviewed a number of people, looked at affidavits and sources of information attached to their affidavits, and that has culminated in a summary report which I have then prepared.
And in regard to the documents provided by Mr. Loubser, what was the significance of those documents, Mr. Alderman?
Okay, so, as Mr. Soni pointed out, we initially tried to make contact with Mr. van der Walt. We subsequently learned that he is no longer in the country. We then made contact with Mr. Loubser, who, after we had provided him with a summons, gave us a number of documents which he had secured from their offices. In amongst those documents were bank statements related to an entity called Precise Trade, as well as letters or correspondence between Mr. van der Walt and Mr. Loubser and his partners, which set out a number of explanations regarding these property transactions. And there were also references to certain contracts which had been entered into with entities by Mr. van der Walt, and those entities had paid money into Precise Trade's bank account. And a review of the bank account and Mr. Loubser's explanations, it was clear that references had been made in Mr. van der Walt's handwriting on which entities had deposited which monies on which dates. One of the entities mentioned was TMM, which has a close association with Siangena, and Mario Ferreira, who also has a close association with the two entities.
Now, in your report, you detail a number of issues, and you seem to have dealt with two of them at this stage, namely just the general background and then the sources of information. Now, would I be correct, that part of your report is from paragraph 1 to paragraph 11, is that correct?
That is correct, Chair. Yes.
Well, Mr. Soni, before you go into the contents of the report with the witness, we need to have his report admitted.
Absolutely right. Sorry.
Do you ask that I admit it as Exhibit SS18 together with the annexures thereto?
Yes, as you please, Chairperson.
The preliminary report the preliminary report on the Commission's investigations into Mr. Lucky Montana's involvement in property transactions in 2014 and 2015, compiled by Mr. Clinton Oleman, that's Ollermann for the benefit of the transcribers, is admitted together with its annexures as Exhibit SS18.
And again, just for references purposes, it will be contained in Bundle H, Chairperson.
Yeah, it is contained in Bundle H. Thank you.
As you please.
Thank you.
Now, in paragraphs 11 to 15, you deal with the sources of information, and you've already dealt with that, the various transactions, the documents you've got from Mr. Loubser and so on, in particular, the bank statement that he gave you. Chairperson?
I'm sorry, I guess also we need to get this out of the way. We need to get Mr. Oleman to confirm that this is his report.
Yes, as you please.
Mr. Oleman, do you confirm that Exhibit SS18, which begins from page, I see that it says page 3,
Yes.
it should be page one, isn't it? It should be page 1, because the other things are the index.
Chairperson, What I suspect has happened, and I only just saw it now that you've pointed it out, is there is a...
Oh, there is an affidavit.
That's right.
Oh, okay. But then where is page 2? Oh, there is page 2. Okay.
Yes.
Then I understand. Okay, I think what we'll do is, you see, from outside, there is no indication that there is also the affidavit. So I think that we should say exhibit S18 will be the actual report, and we make, what shall we make the affidavit? Because it needs to be, we make it exhibit SS18A.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. The affidavit of Mr. Clinton Oleman, dated 17 June 2020, which accompanies his report, will be admitted as exhibit SS18A.
As you please, Chairperson.
And then we need him to, have you already confirmed? Did I ask you to confirm, and you confirmed, Mr. Oleman, your report, or not yet?
Not yet.
Do you confirm that exhibit SS18 is your report?
That is correct, Chair. Yes.
Thank you.
Perhaps,
You
Chair,
may
I can also just confirm this.
Yeah.
The report is titled preliminary report. The
Yes,
investigations
yes.
are ongoing.
Yes,
And the
no, no,
report
that's-
will be updated as the investigation.
No, that's fine. I think by the very nature of well, actually, I don't even know whether it should be called a report. Maybe that is what may be confusing. As I understand it, it's just you saying what you came across as you were investigating.
At this stage, yes.
Yeah, at this stage. And later on, if and when you have more information that changes the situation, the picture, or that confirms the picture, you will put that information before the commission.
That is correct, Chair.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
And just on that point, Mr. Oleman, the idea, as you point out later in your so-called report, is that eventually you will present everything in a final report
That is correct, yes, Chair.
after hearing the other side and so on.
Yes, and there are additional investigations going on as well, which involve detailed flow of funds analysis of various parties, so that will all be incorporated into the final report.
Then, from paragraphs 18 to 23, you deal with the background, and you've dealt with that already in general terms, that whilst these property transactions were being negotiated and processed, there was this parallel process of Siangena acquiring major contracts with Prasa.
That is correct, yes, Chair.
And if I could just summarize what that is, and if you just confirm whether that's correct. In June 2014, there was a 2.4 billion rand contract, is that correct?
That is
between
correct.
Siangena and Prasa. And then in September, 3 months later, there was the 800 million rand extension of that contract.
Yes, that is correct, Chair.
Chairperson, although it's not contained in this, I'll just put some context to it. You will recall, Chairperson, that Ms. Ngoyi stressed on the first occasion she gave evidence, and then again when she gave evidence earlier this week, that contract, they only discovered the 800 million rand contract when they stopped Siangena from carrying on some work, and Siangena rushed off to court and got an interdict preventing Prasa from doing so. And in support of their claim for the 800 million rand, they produced this contract which Prasa saw for the very first time. And I just place on record, because it's contained here, that it was Mr. Montana who had signed that contract on the 30th of September on behalf of Prasa.
Yes,
800 million.
yes. I still want to be reminded whether I want to confirmation whether my memory is correct, that there was this one contract or addendum to a contract that Mr. Montana had signed without any knowledge of anyone else at Prasa. Is that the one, or is that another one?
That is the one.
That's the one.
That is the one.
Where, do you recall whether there is nobody who witnessed his signature there, or whoever witnessed was not somebody from Prasa?
We didn't canvass that with Ms. Ngoyi because, as I understood it, they were simply not aware of the contract, Chairperson.
Yes, I think there was, I think it was during Ms. Ngoyi's evidence earlier in the year when I had evidence about a document or an agreement or addendum that I think no one else at Prasa knew anything about except Mr. Montana because he had signed it.
Yes.
I think I looked at, I wanted to see who had signed as a witness. I can't remember whether there was nobody who had signed as a witness to Mr. Montana's signature, or there was somebody, and I have the impression that I may have asked Ms. Ngoyi whether she knew that signature or something, and either I asked her and she said no, she didn't know who it was, or maybe I didn't ask her. I intended to ask and never asked.
Can I ask this, Chairperson? We have the contract.
Yes.
Can we look at it
Later in due
at tea
course.
time?
Yeah.
And I'll
Yes.
perhaps
Yes.
look at it, and then we can canvass
Yes,
it.
Mr. Alderman, does what I'm talking about ring a bell with you?
It does, Chair. It appears to be the same contract, but I'd also just like to confirm
Yes,
that we
okay.
have the same facts.
Okay, all right, okay. Okay,
We will check that.
yeah, okay. Because it may be that there is some significance in the fact that none of the witnesses to Mr. Montana's signature was a signature of somebody from within Prasa.
Yes.
There may be some significance to that.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank
But we will look at it
Okay,
just now.
okay.
Right. Then, Mr. Solomon, we go into the 4 properties. Now, can I just put this in context?
Yes.
In what one may call the main part of the report, you simply summarize all the facts relating to each of the properties. Would that be correct?
That is correct, Chair. Yes.
And the purpose of that is to give a broad overall picture without being bogged down by individual facts and individual documents and so on.
Indeed, Chair.
But in order to show that what your summary in the main report is based on documentation that is in your possession, you have attached more detailed reports in respect of each of the properties.
That is correct, Chair. So what I did was, for each property, there is an individual report where all the source document is attached to that particular report. So there'll be 4 of those reports. They are annexes to the main report. The main report then sets out a summary of what transpired more generally, giving context to the individual reports.
So you, for example, would have heard the evidence yesterday of Ms. Karen de Beer.
Correct.
Now that deals with the Waterkloof property, and all her affidavit and the other matters she dealt with are contained in the annexure to your main report.
That is correct, Chair.
And let's just get that formality out of the way. There are 4 annexures to your report, am I correct?
That is correct, Chair.
And each of these annexures deals with their properties.
That is correct.
The first annexure is OR1. With which property does that deal?
That would be the sale of the Parkwood property.
Right. And then OR2?
OR2 is the Waterkloof property.
Right. And OR3?
OR3 is the Sandhurst property.
And OR4?
Hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I was able to see OR1. Where is OR2? I see OR3. OR2, okay. I think the problem is that when the dividing pages where you have OR whatever written, it's better if they are the same color.
Yes.
Here they are different colors. So when I see the first one, OR1, and I see it's this light green color, when I look for OR2, I'm looking for a similar color.
Yes.
So they mustn't change, because if I see pink, I think it must be something else.
Yes.
So, but if it's the same color,
No, absolutely.
it helps.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Especially if they are marked.
Yeah. If you use a certain color to divide different sections of the liver arch 5, it's better to use the same color.
Yes.
And otherwise, because I'm busy looking for this color.
No, sure.
That's how they've been doing it in the past.
Yes.
So I miss this color because now this is cream white or yellow.
No, I
Yeah.
apologize.
Okay, thank you. Now I found OR2 and OR3. You are about to go to OR4.
OR4. And which property does OR4 deal with, Ms. Solomon?
OR4 is the Hurlingham property, Chair.
Chairperson, can I get this out of the way? You're asking about the addendum. It is annexure FA209, but we have collected it in a file which I will hand up to you at a later stage. But before I do that, may I just point this out, that the annexure is signed by Siangena, Mr. Reddy, who was mentioned at that meeting, you might remember, that Mr. Ngoyi talked about with the DG. She and Mr. Dubek were at that meeting. And it's signed by Mr. Montana, and there appear to be 2 witnesses. And it may be that, and it's not something I recall immediately, but I will check the record. But it is signed, but it may be that when you asked Ms. Ngoyi, she couldn't recognize those persons.
Do I have it here, or I don't have it here?
You don't have it now.
Oh, okay.
I will hand it up in a file.
No, that's fine. But we would need to know whether the people who signed as witnesses are Prasa people or not. Yes. Or whether all the witnesses were witnesses of the other party to the agreement.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. Mr. Alderman, when, for example, Ms. Karen de Beer gave evidence, and when Mr. Green gave evidence yesterday, it showed a number of different parties seemingly been involved. And then eventually, the deed of transfer records that two of the properties were transferred to Precise Trade, and one of the properties was transferred to Mr. Montana himself. What one needs to do for the chairperson and for the public as a whole is to just try and summarize, in a sense, very briefly, all the various steps in the transactions, so that right at the end one can say, but why would all of these things happen? And a contract is, and these are not small contracts, more than 10 million rand each of them, is there's a different party to whom the property is concerned. And we will deal with that. But when you're doing your summary of each of the properties, if you could keep that in mind.
Yes.
So you then talk about the 4 properties, and that the first part is an introductory part. We have heard evidence on that, and we needn't deal with that, the various properties. We know there are 4 properties. So if you could start at paragraph 27 and deal with the Parkwood property.
Sure. So with regard to the Parkwood property, this was a property that Mr. Montana owned himself. And he subsequently sold that property to Precise Trade. Initially, he bought the property for about 1.85 million rand.
Was that in 2008?
That is correct, Chair, yes. Mm-hmm. His banker valued the property around 2012 for about 3.5 million rand. However, in May 2014, Precise Trade made him an offer for 6.8 million rand for the property, which, as I say, was about 3 million rand more than what his banker had valued the property at the time. And in the detailed report, we have correspondence between Mr. Montana and his banker where he has set that out. Mr. Montana obviously has accepted the offer, and the property was paid for through Precise Trade through a number of payments over a period of time.
So just on that point, there are 2 unusual features that you are alluding to. What are those?
So firstly, the property is valued at around 3.5 million. Mr. Montana gets a very generous offer of 6.8 million rand for the property. I mean, even factoring in some escalation of property value over 20 months, it seems the property value had increased significantly. And he obviously accepted the offer for the property.
So it was within less than 2 years.
Yes, that is correct.
After the evaluation made by the bank.
Correct.
So and the bank valued it at
3.5 million, around about August 2012.
Yes. So was it? Did he get about double or close to double?
Yes.
The value of the property?
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
There's also, there's no real evidence that significant additions had been done to the property, because subsequent to Mr. Montana signing the deal, An addendum to the offer to purchase by Precise Trade was signed, in which some onerous obligations were placed on Mr. Montana to fork out for improvements to the property at his own cost.
So, on your investigation in regard to Mr. Montana's involvement in these properties, the sale of this property of his to Precise Trade, which is Mr. van der Waal's company, marks the first property transaction between Mr. Montana and Precise Trade. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
In terms of these properties
Correct.
that you have looked at, of the four?
That is correct.
Yes. And this happens in 2014. Is
Correct.
that right?
Yes, Chair. The offer was made around about May 2014.
About May 2014.
Yeah.
You will later on will round off. The last one of the four properties, the last one of the transactions happens sometime in 2015, is that right? Or towards end of 2014?
The properties are all concluded
By end of 2014?
in 2015. Yeah.
By end of 2015? Huh?
Correct.
Yes.
Properties, the initial offers are made 2014.
Yes.
Although the property transfers and conclusions run into 2015.
Yes, yes. The actual sales
Yes.
all occur in 2014.
Correct.
But the transfers, some of the transfers or the transfer of one of them might go into
Correct.
2015.
Just as an example, I mean, in the Parkwood property, the offer was made in August 2012, but the transfer was only effected in February 2015.
Yes.
So the offer was made in 2014?
Sorry, 2014. So
Yes.
2014, and then the transfer was effected in February 2015.
Yes. Okay, but in the end, part of the point about Mr. Montana's involvement in these transactions, in these sales of properties with Precise Trade and Mr. van der Waal, is that during 2014, there were various agreements or tenders or business being done, being conducted between Prasa and Siangena. And yeah, okay, thank you.
And just to put that in perspective, the 2.4 billion rand contract was signed on the 30th of June 2014, is that right?
Correct.
And the addendum was signed in September by Mr. Montana, certainly on the 30th of September.
That is correct.
2014 again.
So the Parkwood property is sold in May. The sale agreement is concluded in May between Montana and Precise Trade. Is that right? And then in June, then that major contract is concluded between Prasa, of which Mr. Montana was Group CEO, and Siangena.
Correct. And
Yes.
then the remaining three property transactions sort of happen between August and October 2015.
Yes. Okay.
Now, Mr. Alleman, until Mr. Loubser gave you the documents, were you aware of how payments had been made or who had made payments and so on?
Not at that stage. It was still part of the investigation at that stage.
But he then gave you the documents. Now, one of the documents that he gave you was the bank statement of Precise Trade.
That is
Is
correct,
that
yes,
correct? Chairperson, that appears at bundle G. It's exhibit SS16, and it's at page 190. It may be useful for you to have it in front of you, Chairperson. I say that with respect because there are matters that I want to deal with here.
No, that's fine. I think if you don't already have, it would be convenient to have, I don't know whether I ought to call it a table, which says like May, Montana sells, Mr. Montana sells his Parkwood property to Precise Change,
Yes.
whose sole director is Mr. van der Walt, who is an attorney representing Siangel.
Yes, yes.
June 2014, Prasa concludes or gives a tender to Siangena for so much, but also the question of who signs that agreement
Yes.
for that contract, and then go throughout the year to say, here is what happens about properties, here is what happens in terms of business between Siangena and Prasa, and who gets involved. And that's where we need to also look at what was happening to the legal department in terms of Ms. Ngoye and Mr. Dingiswayo. Some of the things that were happening to them, they need to be factored in there as well. Yeah.
Chairperson, it's just occurred to me we should do two things, and that's to have a table, but also to have a pictorial representation.
Yes, yes.
Because it gives one a bird's eye view of the whole thing.
Exactly, yeah.
Because otherwise the brain doesn't put it all together.
Yeah.
But we will do that,
Yes,
Chairperson, and we will do it soon as well.
Yes, yeah. If Ms. Rangata is on top of these things, she could do it while we are continuing, and by tea break, it would be ready. Yes. Because it's just about 2014 up to 2015.
Yes.
It's those items.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I would have liked to have it before he finishes his evidence, if possible.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Not necessarily the pictorial one, just the timetable, the table. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now, if you look at the bank account, Mr. Alderman, you'll see that the agreement...
Okay, I'm sorry, you referred to a bundle that has been handed up. Is that what I should look at now?
Yes, Chairperson,
Okay,
sorry.
this
It's bundle
is,
G, exhibit SS16, page 190. It's an annexure to Mr. Loach's affidavit.
Thank you.
So you deal with, in paragraph 4 and paragraph 31 and 32, you say that the agreement provided for a deposit of 2.5 million rand. Is that correct? If you look at page 32.
That is correct, Chair.
Right. I'm sorry, Mr. Sonny, you referred to paragraph 32.
Yes.
Of his report?
Of Mr. Alderman's report, yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
And you make the point that in terms of the agreement, the amount, the deposit was to be paid on the 18th, before the 18th of June. The deposit was to be paid by the 4th of June, and payments had to be made between June 2014 and February 2015.
That is correct, Chair.
And is that what happened in regard to the payments?
No, it appears not. It appears payments that were made from precise trade differed to what was set out in the purchase agreement. They were made over a series of payments. The deposit itself was not 2.5 million, but 2.225 million that was made.
All right. And can I just then ask you to look at the bank statement, which is at bundle G, and could you read into the record the deposits made into Precise Trades account on the 18th of June, 2014?
Chair, there are two deposits which are reflected. The first one is for 1.85 million, 1,850,000. Below that is another deposit for 4 million rand.
Yes. And if you look at the, I just point out that in handwriting against those two numbers, it is said TMM loan.
Yes, that is correct. Mr. Loubser indicated in their interactions with him that Mr. van der Walt had communicated to them in their correspondence that money was deposited by TMM, and those were Mr. van der Walt's own handwriting inscriptions that are reflected on the bank statement.
And maybe just remind everybody who TMM is in relation to Siangena.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think Ms. Ngoya covered it quite extensively in her evidence as well. TMM has a close association with Siangena. Within the documentation that we've seen, there's correspondence where Siangena confirms that TMM assists them in the execution of their contract.
Did your investigation reveal that Siangena appears to be a subsidiary of TMM or not really, but they might be owned by the same person or persons, or they might have common directors?
Yeah, at this stage, I would say they have a close association with between the two companies, and then TMM plays an important role in the execution of the Siangena contract.
Okay.
And that is, or the relationship is confirmed in correspondence to Prasa, which we've seen as well.
Okay.
And Mr. Ferreira's roles in TMM and Siangena?
Correct. So from the documentation that we've reviewed, he plays an active role in both TMM and in Siangena.
And just again, one of the documents that Mr. Loubser handed in yesterday was an agreement between TMM and himself, and Mr. Ferreira on the one hand, and Mr. van der Walt on the other hand, being a joint venture for certain developments. You've seen that document?
Yes, I have seen the document, and I can confirm that is one of the documents that was given to us by Mr. Loubser. The document essentially appears to be an agreement where opportunities for investments would be sought by Mr. van der Walt and presented to TMM or to Mr. Mario Ferreira acting on behalf of TMM.
Now, the first withdrawal from this account, as on the papers we have, is made on the same day as payment is made of those two amounts of 1.8 million rand and 4 million rand by TMM. What is that payment for? Can you?
That appears to be for the deposit, which is reflected in the purchase agreement. Although the handwriting inscription next to it appears to read as guarantee.
And you read the explanation that Mr. van der Walt gave to Mr. Loubser and Mr. van Wyk when they asked him questions. Mr. Loubser annexed 4 letters that we exchanged.
Correct.
And in terms of Mr. van der Walt's explanation, what was that 2.25 million?
It appears to be a guarantee for one of his existing properties, the guarantee which the bank had called up. That payment would be made towards that guarantee of one of his existing properties. So it would be directly into his other property that he owned.
And the Parkwood property transaction has a clause which says that the 2.5 million rand may be paid to extinguish the bond on existing bond on Mr. Montana's Waterkloof property.
That is correct, Chair.
All right. Now, can I just ask you, if you look at the further withdrawals from the account, and I'd refer you to that made on the 18th of August, the first one made on the 18th of August, would it be correct to say that was for 110,800 rand, Ms. Solomon?
Correct. I have it as the 18th of July, though. 18th of July, 2014.
Oh, sorry, it's 18th of July, sorry.
Correct.
Yes. And what is it reflected as on the bank account itself?
So that there are 3 payments that are, or the 2 payments that are there. It's both on the 18th. The one is 110,800, and the one directly below that is 350,000, and they reflect the same information. It says Montana payment, both of them.
And in terms of the schedule that Mr. van der Walt gave to his partners, is he saying that that was in respect of
Yes,
Parkwood property?
This corresponds with the explanation that was given by Mr. van der Walt to his partners on how payment for the property was effected.
And then the third payment reflected is of 24,000 on the 24th of July 2014. That's for 400,000 rand. To whom does the bank account reflect payment being made?
It is reflected as TLM, which we understand to be the initials of Tsepo Lucky Montana.
And in Mr. van der Walt's explanation, is he saying that that is part of the Parkwood?
It is consistent with his explanation and the schedule of payments which he provided that was made.
And then there's just one other, well, 2 others that I want to refer you to, or 3 others, sorry. Can I ask you to turn to page 191? You'll see in the third...
I'm sorry, Mr. Sorry. I was just making a note. What page should I go to? Is it on the same bundle?
It's part of the bank statement. It's the next page of the bank statement, page 191.
Okay.
Now, there is an entry on the 5th of December 2014, and that is for a withdrawal of 400,000 rand. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. The reference is again TLM and is consistent with the information provided by Mr. van der Walt.
And then the next withdrawal is on the 15th of January 2015. And what is that for?
That is in the amount of 300,000, and the description there is TL.
And the explanation that Mr. van der Walt gave?
It is consistent with the series of payments that were made for the Parkwood property.
And then finally...
I'm sorry. But what would TL stand for in...
Well,
do we know?
Well, Mr. Montana's names are reflected as Tepo Lucky Montana. So that above, you'll see it's TLM. Here it seems to be reflected as just TL, Tepo Lucky, possibly.
Yes, no, what I'm thinking is that all along until now, it looks like they used TLM to refer to Montana.
Yes.
Now this is TL. It might not be Montana.
It might not be, but
Yeah, I want to find out whether we know whether this refers to him or whether it might be somebody else.
well, the schedule that was provided by Mr. van der Walt indicated an amount of 300,000 rand. This is consistent with that.
On the same day.
He doesn't always reflect the dates in the
Yeah.
schedule, but he
Yeah.
reflects the payments and how they were made.
Yes. But of course, the bank would have the full names, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
So there would be
We should get the information from the bank so that we know exactly who TL is.
That is
Obviously, if we are going to get information about TL, we may as well get information about TLM so that there is no. We have got that. But obviously, if Mr. van der Walt has said TLM is Tepo Lucky Montana, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But we may as well get everything from the bank.
that is underway, Chair. That will
okay.
be confirmed.
Okay.
May I just make this point, Chairperson? And it's contained in the issue you have raised, that we see a withdrawal from here, and it's said to be a payment to Mr. Montana. But we don't know into which account it went. Now, it may have gone to Mr. Montana's account, but it may have gone to somebody else's account, and it just becomes that much more intriguing.
Yes,
So,
yes.
and Mr. Alleman
Yes.
has indicated that we would need to put all those pieces of the puzzle together.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Okay.
And then finally, sorry, not finally, on the 5th of February 2015 now, there is a withdrawal of 300,000 rand from that account. Is that correct?
That is correct. And the reference here again is TLM.
Yes.
You see, on the face of it, if before 15 January 2015, whenever there is a withdrawal in favor of Mr. Montana, they've used TLM, and after that date they have used TLM again, but on the 15th of January they have used TL. One would think that it might not be the same person.
Yes.
So, it's important. Normally you'd be consistent,
Yes.
you know. So, but you are looking into it, and
That is underway,
yeah,
Chair, yeah.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
And now finally, in regard to the Parkwood property, there is a withdrawal on the 20th of February 2015 of 2 million rand. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. The reference there reflects IRF 359 Parkwood, which is the direct reference to the property.
Chairperson, I'll just remind you, because sometimes one needs to keep this in mind. You will recall this is an entry I raised with Mr. Loubser, because Mr. van der Walt had said this was a 1.3 million, sorry, not this, but on that same date, allegedly a 1.3 million rand loan had been given to Mr. Montana. I'm just trying, in a sense, to present as much of the picture as possible without creating too much confusion. But that is the difficulty which, in a sense, you've alluded to, Chairperson, that the end of the day, you can't take this at face value. You've got to connect it with what Mr. van der Walt has said, and you've got to connect it with the end user bank account. Now, these are the payments that were made in respect of the Parkwood property, is that correct?
Correct. Well, at this stage, that is how we understand it to be.
Yes. No, of course, and you are quite right, Mr. Alderman, that's the what Mr. van der Walt has said, what the bank statements portray, and so on. Now, after the Parkwood agreement was concluded for 6.8 million rand, there was an addendum to that agreement. Could you very briefly tell the chairperson about that?
Yeah, sure. So an addendum was concluded between Precise Trade, Mr. van der Walt, and Mr. Montana, which, as I alluded to a little bit earlier, required of Mr. Montana to make a number of improvements at his own cost to the property. And that had to be done over a period before the property was registered. Mr. Montana then, it appears, undertook to continue with having those improvements done over the period. What essentially happened is that correspondence between Mr. Montana and Mr. Loubser shows that rather than Mr. Montana paying for it, he would send contractors' invoices to Mr. Loubser, to Mr. van der Walt, and request that he make payment. In fact, there's reference to one particular...
I think you referred to Mr. Loubser 2 times when probably you meant Mr. van der Walt.
Yes.
Just for the record, you meant on each occasion you
Correct.
meant
So Mr.
Walt.
Montana was corresponding with Mr. van der Walt. And there's documents and correspondence which show that rather than him paying for the improvements, for the kitchen, etc., there were a number of improvements that were listed in the documentation. Mr. Montana submitted the invoices to Mr. van der Walt and requested that he make payment. And as I indicated in one of these correspondence, he actually says he's under pressure to pay the contractors. Please, can you pay as soon as possible? So it would appear that the addendum itself, rather than Mr. Montana paying, he submitted those invoices to Mr. van der Walt for payment.
Mr. Alderman, may I just ask in regard to the improvements, when you look at the bills that Mr. Montana sent to Mr. van der Walt, what is the approximate amount that had to be paid in respect of those improvements?
So the amounts add up quite significantly to over 1 million. So the one invoice was 525,000, and then there's a number of additional invoices for various improvements that were made throughout. There's even invoices for certain items from a particular chain store for installation of certain equipment for about 40,000, which Mr. Montana also submitted those as proof that he'd paid, and he wanted Mr. Loubser to reimburse him for that. Sorry, again, Mr. van der Walt, not Mr. Loubser.
Now, when one looks at the Parkwood sale as a whole, and I'm just asking you as a general impression, what does it suggest? You have a sale for 6.8 million rand, and then there are these improvements that ought to be made, and that's recorded as an addendum.
Correct.
For Mr. Montana's account, but Mr. van der Walt pays. What is the picture that emerges? And we're not asking for the conclusion.
Yes.
But how should one interpret that?
Well, I mean, if that is indeed the case, that Mr. Montana sold the property for a significant amount above what would be market value at the time, and then, despite these improvements being required of him, or to increase the value of the property, one could say, he does not foot the bill for that. Well, then he's benefited significantly from this particular transaction, and it would appear to be out of the ordinary for a transaction of this kind.
Now, just for the reassurance of the chairperson and whoever is interested in what you've said, you've made a number of comments. This is what the contract provides. This is contained in communications and so on. Are each of those matters contained in annexures to OR1?
That is correct, yes, Chair.
So if one looks at what you've said in your summary of the Parkwood property and one turns to OR1, you would find certainly documentary backing for all the points you've made.
That is correct, Chair.
Right. Can we then turn to the Waterkloof property? Now, you were not here yesterday, Ms. Solomon, but Ms. Karen de Beer gave some vivid evidence and quite unusual evidence. And if I could just summarize the chairperson, just so that we have context. She says, well, Mr. Montana lived 5 houses away from her. He came and he made an offer, and that fell through, and so on. We don't need to go into the details. But for me, what was significant is he eventually said, or she said to him, look, I want to paint the inside. I want to leave the house in a good condition for you. And he says, no, don't worry. Don't go through that expense. I'm just presenting her evidence, and she found it quite unusual. Yeah. But in any case, the sale went through not in the name of Mr. Montana. The transfer was not effected in the name of Mr. Montana, but in the name of Precise Trade. Now, you've investigated the various stages in this. Could you summarize very quickly for the chairperson the different stages in the completion of the contract? Because, I ask in this context, Ms. de Beer says she didn't engage in the details. She left that to her lawyers.
Right.
So if we could just fill in that.
Sure. But perhaps then also for completeness sake, Chair, I can say that what we found in this Waterkloof property is also a consistent theme which appears throughout the other 2 properties, the Sandhurst property and the Hurlingham property. So it appears that Mr. Montana initiates the purchase. He goes and views the properties. In all 3 properties, it transpired to be the same. So he would go and view the property, meet with the estate agent, and if he liked the property, then he would say he's interested in the property and sign an offer to purchase. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Montana would request that the offer to purchase be changed to that of Precise Trade, or in another instance, the minor trust, a different party. Both in the Waterkloof and the Sandhurst properties, that is exactly what transpired. It went through a series of offers to purchase, and it was agreed that the property would be registered in Precise Trade's amount. In the Hurlingham property, he attempted to have it registered in the minor trust, but the owner of the property was pushed back and resisted, and eventually the property was registered in his own name. But the steps that preceded the registration are consistent in that Mr. Montana is at the forefront, central to the property acquisition, identifies the property, views the property, goes through the process, and then it appears, once the property no longer him to be the purchaser, but someone else to be the purchaser, or Precise Trade to be the ultimate purchaser. So those are essentially what had happened in the Waterkloof property, but as I indicated, it's a consistent theme across the other 3 properties. although the Hurlingham property was unsuccessful and the property was registered in his name.
Yes. Now, in the Waterkloof property,
I'm sorry, Mr. Sonny.
yes,
Just to keep track of the time frames. May 2014, Mr. Montana sells his property to Precise Trade for about double the value of the property. June, a major contract is concluded between Prasa and Siangena. And Siangena is represented by Mr. van der Walt as an attorney, is that right? Or not at that stage?
Mr. van der Walt definitely was an attorney which had represented Siangena in the past,
Yes.
as I understand it, over a
Yes.
period of about 8 years.
Yes.
He had
Yes, okay. Then it seems about August, September, another property, namely the Waterkloof property, Mr. Montana gets involved.
Correct.
Gets interested in buying that property, which later ultimately gets bought by Precise Trade.
That is correct.
But he seems to, he identified the property and sought to have it, he wanted to buy it, and then later on was it his trust, and then ultimately Precise Trade.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to keep the
Yes.
time frame. Yes, yes.
Absolutely,
And I
yes.
think you talked about an addendum involving Siangena around September, October,
on the 30th of September.
on 30th of September.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Now, in this property, a new entity is introduced, namely the Minor Property Trust. Have you investigated what that is?
Yes, that is a trust where Mr. Montana's children are beneficiaries.
Are the beneficiaries?
Yes.
And who's the trustee?
It's Mr. Johann Smith. Sorry.
Who are the other trustees, do you know, or not really?
I believe he's the only one.
The only one? Oh, I didn't know you could be one trustee.
Yes, no, there is a second trustee, Chairperson. It's contained in the annexures, but there is a second trustee. But
Okay, no,
Mr.
that's fine.
Smith played the key
Yeah, he's the
role
one who plays the
in
Yeah.
all of these.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, yes, just to qualify what I'm saying is that he represented the minor trust in these transactions. Yes.
Now, just again, where was this report served, to the best of your knowledge, on Mr. Smith to say, look, your name's going to come up at the commission,
I believe it was, yes, Chair.
and to the best of your knowledge, there's been no response from him.
Not that I'm aware of.
And ordinarily, you would have been informed if the commission did receive a response
Yes.
from him.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, this property was sold for 11 million rand, and there was a deposit. Sorry, Ms. De Beer said she became Mr. Montana had made a proposal to her about 18 months earlier, before this had happened. She wanted to have nothing to do with him unless a deposit was paid. She insisted on a 3.5 million rand non-refundable deposit. Now, at paragraph 43 of your report, you say that there was that deposit that was paid. That's paragraph 43 and 44. And you say it was paid on the 23rd of September 2014. And I ask that we look at the bank statement, Chairperson, and again, just for identification's sake, this is Exhibit SS 16. And it's on page 190, Mr. Allman. you'll see on the 23rd of September 2014, there is a deposit made into Precise Trades account. You see that?
That is correct, yeah.
And there is a handwritten indication where that money came from. What does that handwritten?
It says TMM loan.
And that we know was Mr. van der Walt telling his partners
Correct.
that was the source of that money.
That is correct.
On the 23rd, there is a withdrawal. And what is the amount of that withdrawal?
That is for 3.5 million rand.
That's the same amount that was deposited on that very day.
Yes, it corresponds with the amount, with the deposit, and the reference reads minor property trust loan.
And that was when Mr. Smith was involved in this.
Correct.
And then there was a further payment of 7.5 million rand that was due, and as set out in Mr. van der Walt's explanation to his partners, that was paid.
Correct. It was paid directly to the attorneys by TMM, as he explained it.
So you say to the attorneys, to the conveyor, to Karen de Beers conveyances.
Correct.
And then there is a further sorry.
Let's take the tea break.
As you please.
Uh,
Sorry, I get carried away.
You didn't keep
now.
your eye on the time.
Yes.
Okay, let's take the tea break and we'll resume at 11:30. We are adjourned.
All right.
remains actively involved, it would appear from the documentation that has been reviewed.
And when they wanted to change the electricity bill, to whom do they write, the Colas?
Yes, they wrote to Mr. Montana and set out there what the significance would be for the electricity if it were to be cut off, and how they directed it to Mr. Montana as if he was going to be taking over the property.
And there is one payment for the fees that is an issue. When the fees for the transfer fall due, to whom does Mr. Kohler write?
Again, he wrote to Mr. Montana.
And what happened after he wrote to him?
Well, Mr. Montana apologized for the delay and said he wasn't aware of any problems, but he said he would attend.
Person involved with Midtown Brace?
So, Midtown Brace is a company that is actually registered in Botswana. But again, from the documentation that was provided to us, we were able to, by Mr. Loebscher, we were able to identify that a Mr. Andre Wagner was involved in this particular transaction, and that an agreement was similar to other agreements that Mr. van der Walt had put together. A similar agreement was put into place as an investment opportunity, and the funding for Hurlingham property, the bulk of it, 11.5 million, was then transferred through the Midtown Brace Company in Botswana to the conveyancing attorneys and to effect the final outstanding amount of the property.
Now, you've tried to obtain a statement from Mr. Wagner.
Yes.
And what's happened to that?
He has recently provided us with an affidavit. We are busy working through the affidavit and following up on the information that was provided to us.
But does he say anything of significance in the affidavit?
He does confirm that the agreement was put together by Mr. van der Walt, that it was initiated by Mr. van der Walt as an investment opportunity for properties, to develop properties, and that the deal was such that they would benefit from the sale of these properties once the properties have been put together. Again, this is a property. He also indicates that due to zoning issues, they weren't able to develop the property, and the property has been essentially abandoned. I have visited the property as well, and it's probably in a worse condition than the Waterkloof property. It's quite derelict, to be quite honest. It's a property that's completely abandoned.
I'm sure you took pictures of both the other one that we talked about at Waterkloof,
Indeed.
as well as that one. There would be pictures of how they look like now.
Correct.
Yeah.
With our updated reports, we'll include all
Yes.
these in there for you.
Yeah. I wonder whether the investigation that you have conducted may have revealed whether the abandonment of these properties may have happened after the media became interested in some of these properties or not.
Chair, that certainly has happened, but I can't say it's a direct consequence of
Yes.
it.
It might be difficult to say unless it is somebody who was watching at the time what was happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the explanations being given are issues with, for example, zoning or incorrect plans that haven't been approved and things like that. Whether there's a concerted effort to remedy that, I can't say. I've seen evidence of that at this stage. But certainly the two properties in question are in a rather dire condition.
Now, the interesting thing about the Hurlingham property is, as I understand it, Mr. Wagner has instituted summons in the Gauteng High Court for, as he put it, to protect his rights.
That is correct, Chair. Yes.
It is he who paid the money.
Correct, through Midtown
Well,
Brace.
that's what he
Yes,
says.
yes, through Midtown Brace. Yes, that is correct.
And that matter has not been resolved yet.
Not to my knowledge, no, Chair.
And in his affidavit to you, does he indicate the nature of the dispute relating to this property?
It's not covered in huge detail, but essentially, I mean, because of the issues of the condition of the property now, because their plans to develop it could not be approved as a result of various hurdles that they experienced. But essentially, he is now faced with a situation where he needs to protect his own investment as a result of what has happened. Property, I think, in my discussions with him, I think he indicated last that the best offer they got so far was about in the region of 4 million, which is significantly less than his investment.
Now, the property, though, is registered in Mr. Montana's name, unlike the other two properties that were purchased.
That is correct.
Now, in regard to the three properties...
So, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So, in regard to the Hellingham property, was Mr. van der Walt not involved in terms of your investigations?
Well, yes, his involvement has been consistent throughout.
Including on this one?
Yeah.
But not precise trade?
No, well,
or he was involved?
the property, the deal never got that far because of the resistance received from the conveyances
Yes.
of the seller.
Yes.
They wouldn't allow a precise trade or the minor trust.
Yes.
Who initially
But the plan was
Correct.
exactly that.
Certainly, they already went on that. They embarked on that route.
Yes.
Because there's correspondence and an
Yes.
affidavit which we have
Yes,
as well,
yes, yes.
where it was set out
Yeah.
that post to Mr. Montana signing the initial offer to purchase, it was followed up by a request to have the minor trust as sign the offer an additional offer to purchase. And that was resisted vehemently.
Yes. So that's why it ended up being registered in Mr. Montana's
It
name.
would appear so, Chair, yes.
So the pattern was the same as with regard to the two other properties where Mr. Montana identifies the property and makes the
Yeah.
initial approach and then later on wants
Yeah.
to bring in a precise trade.
Correct. And he's still involved in the property, Mr. van der Walt, because he put together the deal
Yes.
with Midtown Brace
Yes.
as the major investor in the property.
Yes.
So the documents provided to us by Mr. Loebscher clearly
Yeah.
indicate that there's a joint venture agreement between Mr. van der Walt, who is representing Precise Trade, and Midtown Brace.
Okay.
Now, just in regard to Midtown Brace, do any of the persons involved in the Siangena matter feature in Midtown Brace?
In the company itself, no. It's I interviewed a Mr. Wagner who indicated that it was his company, and yet he was approached by Mr. van der Walt, who he had known for many years, going back to university days, who put the deal together.
So that's Mr. Wagner's account.
Yes.
Now, was not, and I'm just going by reports on this, was not a company in which Mr. Mario Ferreira having an interest, namely Triple Trade Invest 04 Proprietary Limited, did they not acquire some of the shares in Midtown Brace? I know you may not know, but I'm just saying that's
Yes.
what is in the media space.
I'm aware of those reports, but as far as the investigation at the moment, we have not confirmed that at the moment.
But those are matters that clearly call for further investigation, and that's why it is relevant to the Siangena dispute, if I can put it this much, Chairperson. Now, you've been at pains to point out that you have the bare facts, the legal figures involved. But in your report, you look at Mr. Montana's role in each of these transactions. Could you briefly summarize that in respect of each of the transactions? Let's start off with the Parkwood, the Waterkloof property.
Yes, Chair. I think I've covered most of it already. I think I've indicated, and a lot of it was covered by Ms. De Beer in her evidence as well. I think she went as far as to say that although there were other properties involved, she saw they were just alter egos, I think were the words that she's used in her affidavit and yesterday as well, of Mr. Montana, and that he was the central figure. As far as she was concerned, he was her buyer, the purchaser of the property, and he remained constant in contact with her throughout the process.
Sandhurst?
Sandhurst again, Mr. Montana was the one who signed the first offer to purchase, so he presented himself as the buyer of the property. And again, as he then requested, or requests were made for the property to rather be transferred to in the name of Precise Trade, there is still there's significant evidence that he remained in contact with the sellers of the property and was continuously in the picture right through until the property was transferred.
And Hurlingham?
Hurlingham is the last property which we just covered, very, very similar. The only thing that happened in this place is that he wasn't able to convert the request to have the property transferred into a different entity's name other than himself, being the minor trust. And this property was transferred into his name and remains in his name until now.
And then at paragraph 104 of your report, you conclude that whatever the documents, the official documents may show, it was Mr. Montana who played a crucial role in the purchasing or the transactions relating to those properties.
Absolutely. It's quite clear from the documents, particularly emails, correspondence, and the affidavits of people that have been interviewed up until now, that he was active in the whole process. It would appear that there's an attempt to conceal, if I can use that word, his involvement thereafter. But he is quite clearly involved in these property transactions.
Then you deal with the next topic in your report, which is, of course, we know Mr. Montana is a key figure. And you deal with the other key role players. You just identify them and summarize what their role is. The first one being Mr. van der Walt.
Yeah.
And maybe before you do that, please, you said earlier on that the three properties, if one works on the basis that with regard to the three properties, Waterkloof, Sandhurst, and Hurlingham, that effectively the buyer was Mr. Montana, even where, in regard to the two, Precise Trade was the entity that on paper bought, And if one says, in effect, in reality, Mr. Montana was buying these properties and became the owner and so on, in substance, it would mean that within a period of about 12 months or thereabout, he bought properties to the value of over 30 million rand, over 24 million rand?
Yeah, it's around 36 million rand.
Over 36 million rand.
Yeah, look, Certainly the impression that the sellers gave is that Mr. Montana was the owner of the property. That is certainly how they understood it to be. As I said, Ms. De Beer said the precise trade was just an alter ego of Mr. Montana. She understood it that the property was his. What happened post the sale of these properties is under investigation. But as I say, the sellers of the property were certainly under the impression that Mr. Montana was the person who was going to take occupation or be the owner of the property.
We know that Waterkloof and Hellingham, you did say that they are not in good conditions.
Yes.
Yeah. Sandhurst, what happened to Sandhurst? Did he occupy?
So I've visited that address as well. I've visited that address as well, the Sandhurst property. It does appear that it is a property that is occupied. However, on the days which I visited it, we didn't find anyone there. We left them a letter requesting that they get in contact with us. They have not done so as yet. But certainly the property, there's a fairly big wall and gate, so you can't get a full picture of the property, but there were cars parked there and you could clearly see the property is occupied. The yard looks in a reasonable condition, etc. So it's certainly not in the derelict condition of the other two properties.
Okay, thank you. It would be important to establish whether after the transaction, who occupied the Sandhurst, and up to when, or whether the same people who occupied immediately after the transfer are still the same people who are still occupying.
Correct.
Sorry, Chairperson, if I could just remind you, you might remember Mr. Green yesterday when he gave evidence said that in 2017 he had sold the Sandhurst property.
So yes, he sold it from precise trade to somebody else. Also, what would be important is to establish who occupied it before it was sold in 2017. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And of course, who got the money for the 2017 sale?
Yes.
It would be important to get to know that.
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
So let's deal then with this issue about the other role players, Mr. Alderman.
So we've identified Mr. van der Walt, obviously through the precise trade entity which he created for the purchasing of these properties, and of which two properties were transferred to. He was also the director of Loopsche van der Walt at the time, and as we understand it, acted as an attorney for Siangena for a period of time. Also, apart from we've obviously identified Mr. Montana as well as being central to these property purchases. And then Mr. Mario Ferreira, who has links to Siangena as well as TMM, and on Mr. van der Walt's own version to his partners, was involved in these property transactions through an investment initiative and joint venture agreements. The same would go for Mr. Johan Smith, who acted on behalf of the minor trust, who were linked to these transactions.
Now, your report has been served on all of these people.
That is correct, Chair.
And one of the things that you as an investigator needed to look at is, how do you get this whole picture before the commission, before the full picture emerges? And one did this by way of this report. Is that correct? Okay. Now, you've invited all of these persons to indicate what their links are to the different companies and so on. And we, I take it, will await their response, and if they don't respond, then we will require them to respond as per the Commission's powers.
As I understand it, that is correct, Chair. Yes. Obviously, there's also additional investigation that has to proceed with these matters as well. As I indicated at the outset, this is a status of where we are at the moment.
And those investigations include what the chairperson said earlier, namely we need to look at who we know withdrawals were made purportedly in respect of the properties, but to whom were the actual payments made? I mean, I can always say I'm paying to Mr. Montano, but pay to somebody else. So
Yes.
those are the investigations.
Absolutely,
that's for me.
that is correct, Chair.
Now, you conclude then that these matters are raised, and what do you expect the persons whom you've mentioned now, Mr. van der Walt, Mr. Smith, Mr. Maria Ferreira, Mr. Wagner, and all of them how do you expect them to respond?
The intention is for them to examine the information that has been compiled here, along with the other individuals who have given evidence related to these particular matters, and to provide an explanation on their involvement in the properties, and give us detailed versions of their account of how these transactions emerged.
And in the eventual outcome of this, you set it out at paragraph 119.
Yeah, so once we have all these, the investigation is complete and we have everyone's responses, this will be packaged as a complete report for the chairperson to evaluate as part of the evidence that's been gathered in the Prasa investigation.
Chairperson, that is the evidence we would like to lead in respect of Mr. Ollerman.
Yes, no, that's fine. That table, is it ready?
We will give you a typed copy,
Yeah,
Chairperson,
but in the meantime,
just for your,
yeah,
yes.
I just want to have a look before. pages will be to the number, will be not to the red numbers. It will be to the black numbers which appear on the left-hand side of each page.
Indeed, and which are handwritten.
Yes. Well, this is not handwritten, I think, on mine.
Oh,
It's not handwritten, but it is black numbers.
yes.
Maybe they just made sure mine looked better than yours. Yeah, they are not handwritten. I think it must be a machine.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
What we will do,
On
Chair,
mine, I don't know about the witness, but
he has the same number.
yeah, okay.
Chairperson, what we will do is, after this part of the evidence has been led, we will just put everything in order.
Yeah.
But at least we know the record will properly reflect this, and how it's
Yes.
reflected on the documents, we will
Yes.
discuss with you, Chair.
Yes, no, that's all right.
Mr. Dingazwayo, you've made an affidavit in regard to this matter.
That is correct, Chair.
I'm going to sort of I'm going to give an outline of what is contained in your affidavit, but just for formality's sake, do you confirm the correctness and truthfulness of what is said in this affidavit?
Yes, Chair, the affidavit, I see it runs from,
Oh, hang on 1 second. Let's first identify where the affidavit is found. It is found in exhibit, in bundle F,
F.
yes,
starting at page 95.
95.
Well, that's the index, but that's the index to, no, it's not the index, it is the index,
Yes,
but the actual affidavit starts on page 96.
96.
And runs up to page 121.
That is,
And again, for the record, I'm using the black numbers on the top left side of it. It is contained in bundle F.
as you please, Chair.
Okay. Yes. So is that your affidavit?
that is correct, Chair. This is my affidavit, and the signature that is on page 121 is my signature.
Yes. And I think Mr. Soni had asked you something, and I interrupted him. Do you confirm that its contents are correct?
I do confirm, Chair, that
Yes.
this is constituted.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Dingazwayo, what are your professional qualifications?
Chairman, admitted attorney. I was admitted in 1999. And I practiced until 2013 when I joined the Passenger Rail Agency as a General Manager, Legal Services. To date, I'm still the General Manager.
And to which department? This is at Prasa, is that right?
That is correct. The department I work in is called Legal Risk and Compliance. So I'm responsible for the legal side. A counterpart of mine is responsible for compliance and the other sets of that department.
And you fall under the general administrative, your general administrative head is Ms. Martha Ngoyi.
Yes, I report to Ms. Ngoye.
Is the position you occupy now that you have just told me about the same position you occupied in 2014, 2015, or
That
is
is
it different?
correct.
It is still the same.
It is the same position.
Okay.
We will return to that question a little later, Chairperson, because Mr. Dingazwayo is at present under suspension. But that I want to deal with at a later stage. But I just place it on record, so it's not as if we are not aware of what his status is. Now, Mr. Dingzwaya, you begin at paragraph 4 of your affidavit to make a general observation about concerns that you have in relation to Prasa. And there are two or perhaps three concerns. The first one relates to the undue influence that certain persons exercised or still exercise at Prasa. Could you tell the chairperson what you mean by that and identify who those persons are?
Chair, in an institution like Prasa, and I think it's the same with a number of institutions, there are holy cows. So there are, I remember one of the first transactions that I had to deal with related to CIA. And somebody just whispered in my ear that don't scrutinize too closely. So you learn, if you have friends in the institution or if people receive you favorably, you learn very quickly that there are some holy cows, and it's something that is very much known in the institution. Everything that relates to those service providers is treated favorably, from procurement, even where sometimes the procurement is not done properly, but that is part of the favorable treatment of that particular service provider, to contracting. Chairperson, you would remember that in the report entitled Derailed, one of the things which are supposed to be a normal thing that were noted by the public protector is that contracts don't go to the legal department for vetting and drafting. So you would find that kind of a trend from procurement to contracting to contract management. And it's key contracts in the organization. It's even when you have meetings with those service providers, they give you looks that tell you that if you're not towing the line, after this meeting, I'm going to report you. So it is something like that. You get the sense very early that there are certain people that you can't do your work properly, because the work is to ensure that the organization complies with the law, but also to make sure that the interests of the organizations, the legal interests of the organizations, are protected at all times. So, and the management of the legal risk. So it's you then find that you can't do that work properly in relation to those service providers or companies.
Now, I'm going to come back to that in a moment. But as I heard you say that when you got there, soon after you got there, you were told, or you were looking at a CIA contract.
Yes.
Now, who is CIA? Well, we know it's a company,
yes,
but who is behind CIA?
Well, I later learned, Chair, that the gentleman behind CIA is a gentleman called Mackenzie Mabunda. Mr. Mabunda, according to information that I was gathered later, had worked with Mr. Lucky Montana at the Department of Public Enterprises. They were, if I'm not mistaken, DDGs. I think Mr. Mabunda was in finance, and I forget what Mr. Montana was doing. Then Mr. Montana moves to the Department of Transport to be a DDG in public transport. When that happens, it appears that Mr. Mabunda has an interest in business. And he is involved in the project of tax recapitalization, which fell under the purview of Mr. Montana at the department. So he is one of the people who, I think he was a CFO of the agency that was doing the work in that space of tax recapitalization. Mr. Montana leaves the Department of Transport, joins Prasa, and Mr. Mabunda continues to get work from Prasa. And this is very key work. In effect, I can say that the entire technical division of Prasa was outsourced to his entity, because there's a division called Prasa Technical. He's got a lot of advisory work that he does there. I mean, this entity, CIA, has a lot of advisory work that it does there. And the contract that I was referring to, somebody whispered to me, was a strange contact. It was with an entity, I think, called CIA Fuel. And this entity was being paid something in the order of, I think, about 20 cents for every liter of petroleum products that Prasa was consuming. Now, you would, if you think about it, that included Autopex. I mean, Autopex probably had at the time a lot of functional buses. I mean, today the fleet is very small, but at the time it was a sizable fleet. Our long distance trains then, when we had a long distance, an operating long distance service, they traversed a large part of the network with using diesel. So each and every liter that we poured of petroleum products, they would get 20 cents. I tried to, although as a lawyer, the deal is made. I think they were trying to get some security of sorts from a bank. And the bank needed us to confirm something about this, and this contract looked very strange to me, because I thought that we could, as an organization, get very favorable treatment from the suppliers who are known of these products, but we had to go through this organization. So that's when somebody said, look, you don't look too closely at this. So it's that kind of a thing. It's the outsourcing of almost the entire technical function of Prasa, and Prasa is a highly technical entity. I mean, the locomotives, the rolling stock, all of that is technical. The network that it operates on is technical. So you need a lot of technical capacity to deal with it. So yes, I think at the time when we're looking at the contracts, they had benefited in the order of $1 billion through those contracts. And then there's other associations like Swifambo that came up, that they seemed to have a hand in that. So yes, it's that kind of a thing.
Can I just say to you, you may not have heard this because you've mentioned Siaya and Swifambo in the same breath.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Molefe, when he gave evidence earlier this week,
yes,
Monday and Tuesday, he said that he'd been told by a Mr. Mashaba that Mr. Mashaba had been approached by Mr. Mabunda to be the face of Swifambo.
Yes.
Are you aware of that, or does that fall within what you know about these matters?
Chairperson, that is in the Swifambo review application, that discussion that happened between Mr. Molefe and Mr. Mabunda, sorry, Mr. Mashaba. So I am aware of that discussion. I think what came as a very strange thing is that CIA came, like I said, they were taking over the technical division. One of the people that were in CIA was a lady called Brenda Malongete, who was working for a law firm, DM5. Now, what came as a shock to me is that this lady is the one that was drafting the agreements between Prasa and Swifambo. So now you had somebody who came to Prasa through Mr. Mabunda, advising Prasa on a contract with an entity that is closely associated with Mr. Mabunda. So yes, it is, I'm aware of it from that context. And then I got shocked that this is the situation where it's a very, Chair, I must be assisted. I'm on suspension, so I'm not used to talking a lot. So if I go on and on, I'm hoping that Council will assist me and bring me back.
Council knows what you are going to say, so he will know when to ask you the next question and when to interrupt you.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes. But, Mr. Dingiswayo, I've consulted with you on a number of...
I'm sorry, Mr. Soni. On a lighter note, I don't know whether, Mr. Dingiswayo, you mean that when you are not on suspension and you are working, you speak a lot, but now that you're on suspension, you don't speak a lot, so this is the opportunity.
Chair, you have very little human interaction when all your colleagues and other family members are at work.
Yeah.
So.
But I have not interrupted you because you know what this commission is about.
Yes.
You know Prasa intimately, and to the extent that matters are relevant and you haven't mentioned it in your affidavit, please feel free to mention. Now, I'd heard of the name of Miss Brenda, what was her name?
Malongete.
Malongete.
Yes.
But I hadn't realized what the connection was until now. So please, whenever you can assist, it does help, because as Mr. Molefe said, it is up to the Commission to join all the dots.
Sure.
Now, just on the question of persons of influence, that's how the whole question of Mr. Mabunda came up. Can I ask you, was there any other person of influence who struck you as being an influential role player at Prasa?
The other person, Chair, I mean, there are quite a number of people. I mean, the Prasa was nicely divided amongst, but I'll just speak about the major role players. The other major one would have been Mr. Roy Moodley. He's the owner of a company called Royal Security. And I think Ms. Ngoye would have taken you through the relationship between Prasa and an entity called Strawberry Works.
Just 1 second. I see that you are speaking quite some distance away from the mic, but that might be fine. I want to check with the transcribers whether they can hear you properly. Can you hear the width? Yes, okay, be closer to the mic, okay.
Thank you, Chair. So the other person, Chair, who exited.
Maybe I could just say, the transcribers, because sometimes I won't ask them, if there is any one of us whom you can't hear properly, try and send a message that must go up to the evidence leader who can let me know. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was saying that the other person that was influential was a gentleman by the name of Roy Moodley, and it's the security, royal security that he owned and associated with the Strawberry Works. Through the investigations that were launched by the board, it came out that he may be associated with Siangena as well. I mean, these people would be said to have some free reign in the Prasa building. For an example, in the Siangena case, that sometimes when there's a delay in payment, well, this is something that I was told, that Mr. Mario Ferreira would be spotted in the building. So you don't understand how they've gained entrance and all of those things. And later on, the other entity that he was associated with, Mr. Roy Moodley was associated with, is Prodigy. And on that same theme of him having free access to the building, I remember being called by the CFO, I think around, the acting CFO then was Miss Yvonne Page. She was calling me around in December, saying that there were people from Prodigy in her office who were there uninvited. Now, I mean, I remember I said to her, just call security and tell them to get rid of those people. How did they end up there in the first place? Because she was saying she was being forced to do a reconciliation of how much had been paid to Prodigy and how much was owing, and make that payment then. So you had that kind of a thing. And this is after Mr. Montana had left. I mean, this is, I think, 2017 when this incident happened. So, which also gives you the impression that those people that were important during the time of Mr. Montana carried on being special even after he had left. The trends are the same. The people who get vilified in the organization for doing their work are the same. I'm on suspension. Mr. Montana, I probably will get there at some point, dismissed me. And the more it looks like things are changing, I don't want to say they stay the same, because my observation is that it seems as if there is a level of desperation that is kicking in our institution, including at Prasa, to do those wrong things. You know, the desperation has increased. During the time of Mr. Montana, he kind of created a parallel structure where he had a lawyer in his office who was just serving him. And then he had at another point this firm, DM5, doing quite a lot of work for the organization. That firm was not getting instructions from the legal department. They were getting instructions directly from SCM at some point, and others from Mr. Montana himself. So he had created a nice parallel structure where he can do some of these deals in. Now, we can't afford the parallel structure now because of our cash flow constraints. Now the pressure has come back inside for the people inside to be party to doing wrong, for the people in the inside to basically be afraid. And it's something that I think is
Afraid of doing the right thing.
Chair, let me put it in general terms, that it's just to sow fear. Now, when someone is afraid, they are malleable. Whatever you ask them to do, they will do. So it's just that thing of sowing fear, and at the end, the intended end is really that, to say, if I say jump, you say how high. You don't say, but why am I jumping, and all of those things, because people are just afraid.
Chairperson, I see it's 1 o'clock.
Yes, let's take the lunch break. We'll resume at 2. We adjourn.
All right.
Chairperson, and part of the job is to protect the interest of Prasa.
Now, in regard to, assuming you had scrutinized contracts carefully, whether involving Mr. Mabunda's firms or Mr. Mudley's firms, how did Mr. Montana react to that?
It was in a very strange way, Chairperson. I mean, it happened to me, and I happened to scrutinize the Prodigy agreement and indicate that initially I wrote to Mr. Montana, giving him the benefit of the doubt, to say to him, I believe that he may have been misled in approving the contract. The contract was approved on the basis that it is so the Prodigy contract starts.
Sorry, Mr.
Yeah.
I don't want to stop you. I want to follow your affidavit.
Okay.
In paragraph 4, you deal generally with
Yes.
how Mr. Montana reacted. We'll come to the Prodigy contract in a minute, but I don't want to lose the thread of what you set out in your affidavit.
Sure.
So just in general.
Chair, the word I use in the affidavit is ruthlessly. And I believe that correctly characterizes the response when you do the work to protect the interests of Prasa.
So you say he ruthlessly abused his powers?
Yes.
And you will give us your example of that, and you make the point that the public protector has also pointed out this in her report called Derailed.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Then the third issue you raise is that even when courts made pronouncements about matters, for example, a person has been unfairly dismissed or a contract is invalid and so on, what was management's reaction at Prasa?
Chairman, even if, so there was always this need to appeal in certain instances where the advice that would have come from the legal department would be to say we don't have good prospects of success on appeal. Even where we would have said, even from the word go, that before the decision is made, that there's no good prospects of success. So there will just be that waste of resources and in certain, especially where employees are involved, it was almost like an attitude where somebody says, I have the purse of the state and I'm going to litigate you until you don't have money.
Now, the obvious, when a contract, a cloud is put over a contract and it involved influential people, what would the attitude be?
So you would be dealt with ruthlessly, Chair. I mean, the expectation was that you don't raise the issue that there's a cloud over this transaction.
No, I'm raising a different point. If you look at the last part of paragraph 4,
Yes.
you say that even when payment was not justified, payments would be made.
Yes, that is correct, Chair, that there were instances where there would be very hefty invoices. I mean, I remember one point when I was questioning an invoice of a lawyer who had got onto our panel, in my view, through the back door. And I was not, I was actually called by Mr. Montana. I was busy talking to the service provider as a service provider to the legal department, questioning the invoices. And I was called to his office to say, why are you questioning this and all of those things.
And was the invoice paid?
Well, in the end, the lawyer had to change the invoice. I mean, there were glaring things like different hourly rates. Today it's 2.5, the next day it's 4,000. So, I mean, it was obvious things that were there. And I pointed them out to Mr. Montana to say, I can't put my signature on an invoice like this. I mean, if it has to be paid in another way, it can be paid in another way, but I'm not going to have my name on it.
Now, in paragraph 5, you point out that as legal services, you were all often required to take matters to different places. And you say, for example, in regard to a contract for 3.5 billion rand, which was concluded corruptly. That's what the Supreme Court of Appeal said. Which contract are you talking about there?
Chair, this is the...
I'm wondering, Mr. Soni, whether you shouldn't ask him in a manner that might not appear to be so leading.
Yes, as you wish.
Ask him whether they were required to, they were able to instruct different law firms and what would be the position so that the evidence comes from him.
Yes.
Otherwise, it looks like you are giving evidence and just getting him to say yes, yes, yes. So look at finding a way of just extracting the information, the evidence from him.
In regard, well, you're aware of the Sufambo contract.
That is correct, Chair.
After Mr. Montana left, what did Prasa do in respect of that contract?
Prasa launched an application, Chair, to have this contract reviewed and set aside, which was successful at the High Court, taken on appeal. The SCA confirmed the High Court decision, and there was an attempt to take it to the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court said that there were no prospects of success and didn't entertain the matter.
Now, one of the issues that Mr. Molefe raised is that in respect of that contract, Mr. Mashaba Oswald Mashaba had told him certain things about how that contract had been concluded. We need not go there. But as a result of that, what did Prasa do in relation to taking the matter further, besides going to the High Court to set aside the contract?
There was a gentleman called Philemon Mamabolo, who was in the security department. Just by himself, he took Chairperson what by and large was the complaint to the public protector that was launched in 2012. I think he went around 2015, he deposed to an affidavit and reported those matters, a number of those matters to the police. And in that report, he included the Swifambo matter. So after the board had investigated the transaction and these issues like counsel referred to came up, the investigators assisted Mr. Mamabolo to prepare a more comprehensive affidavit that deals specifically with the Swifambo transaction, and that was then filed under the same case number that Mr. Mamabolo had initiated. I think it's a Hillbrook case number. So that matter was then taken to the police. At some point, the Hawks became involved in it because of the size of the transaction and the issues that are involved in it.
Sorry, were you involved in it as well?
Yes, Chair. At the beginning, it was just the board and the investigators who were dealing with the matter. Around, I think, 2016, around April, then the board started involving the legal department as well in the dealings between Prasa and the Hawks. So that's how we got involved in the dealings between Prasa and the Hawks. And if I'm allowed, Chair, I can probably talk about two meetings that stood out for me, which was one very big meeting which was where we were led by Mr. Popo Molefe. From the Prasa side, the investigators that had been engaged by the board were there, and the Hawks were there. We met with a gentleman called General Kana. When I left that meeting, Chair, I was very encouraged. It appeared that there was very good work that had been done by the investigators, that the Hawks had appreciated the kind of work that had been done, and they really believed that this is a very important matter that needed to be investigated. A number of undertakings were made in that meeting by the Hawks to say, you know, there's a need to take this matter to the FAFI. I think it's called, the institution in the police is called FAFI, but it deals with asset forfeiture. And meetings were subsequently arranged with that institution. But then the whole thing kind of ground to a halt. And I mean, inexplicably, it ground to a halt.
I don't want you to lose your train of thought,
Yes.
but just give some time frame if you can. That meeting from which you came out very encouraged,
Yeah.
and when was it more or less, even if it's not the actual date,
Yeah.
year and month, or what part of the year, and the time when you felt that everything came to a halt inexplicably. I just want those time frames.
Chair, if I'm not mistaken, the meeting was in April 2016. And I think there were follow-up meetings between the investigators, and FAFI. But we were not part of that meeting because part of the discussions are confidential and secret at that stage of the investigation. But we came into the main introductory meeting before the nitty-gritty was discussed. At that time, one of the subcontractors to Worksmans, I think that company is now called Crowe, but at the time it was called Howarth, had been appointed by the Hawks to do the cash flow analysis in respect of Sifambo. The arrangement between the Hawks and Prasa was that Prasa would pay the fees that are incurred by Howarth, and Howarth will report to the Hawks. So those were part of the discussions in the separate meeting to deal with issues that related to the Section 205s and the subpoenas and all of those things. I think it would have been after those initial meetings that everything just went dead. So the time frame would be, maybe the follow-up meetings would have come around May, and then after May, it seemed everything just ground to a halt.
So you said the big meeting which gave you encouragement was in, did you say
April.
May?
April,
April.
yes,
So just about a month later,
yes,
everything came to a halt.
yes, that is correct, Chair.
Yes. And in between, there would have been about How many meetings, if you are able to say that, because you said there would have been intervening meetings?
Well, those would not have been, I wouldn't be present in those
Yes,
meetings. Those
but
would
you
be
know
with,
that some
with the,
meetings
with the
took place.
investigators.
But you know that some meetings did take place
Yes.
between some people from Prasa and the Hawks or the SIU or whatever? Or
It was
Asset
the
forfeiture.
Hawks and I think Fafi.
Yeah,
I believe that there were engagements as well with the AFU.
yeah,
I think those were the
yeah,
institutions
okay,
that were.
okay.
The AFU being the assets forfeiture unit.
That is correct, the AFU of the NPA. And I think there was also engagement with, there were prosecutors that were appointed to lead the Hawks team that was investigating. So there were engagements as well with those people.
Now, you had that one meeting with the police at which you were present, at which you were part of the delegation led by Mr. Molefe.
That is correct.
Did you have any meetings with the prosecutors?
Yes, we did.
And how did you find them?
That came a little bit later, Chair, probably around 2018. I initially said there are two meetings that stand out. Can I just request counsel to just allow me to deal with those?
Yes,
first?
I was going to ask you about that.
Yes. But can I also be allowed to just insert a third meeting, Chair? The second meeting.
Well, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Tingeswai.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that because you are going to, as you say, insert some meeting.
Yeah.
So the first important meeting that you are aware of happens in April,
Yes.
and then everything comes to a halt inexplicably in May sometime.
Yes.
Yeah. And the meeting that you will insert, it falls in between, or
No.
it's later?
It's later.
Okay. Before you go through that meeting, what is it that you heard or you observed or you saw which made you conclude that there was this inexplicable halt of the attempts for the Hawks to investigate and FAFI or AFU, all these law enforcement agencies to do something?
Chairperson, at that time, the matters, most of the matters were handled by the investigators. So from time to time, we would have meetings with worksmen and just generally discuss what's happening to the entire investigation, including the criminal investigation. And then the frustrations then were coming from that end of worksmen to say they are not getting the feedback from the Hawks around further engagements with them. Because as I understand it, Chair, when you are investigating a transaction like a Swifambo and you're trying to follow cash, you have to, it's almost like an onion. So you start on the outer side to say who did Swifambo pay and try to link those payments to the purpose of Swifambo so that you isolate those that seem strange in respect of the business of Swifambo, and then you start following the cash from that end. For an example, if Swifambo were to pay Foslo, which was the OEM, that type of a payment would not raise a flag. But if Swifambo was to pay Fani Incorporated, then you have to ask who's Fani Incorporated, and Fani Incorporated belongs to Fani Dingiswayo, who's an employee of Prasa. Then so they were frustrated by the fact that the follow-up subpoenas were not coming back. So the people who are doing the analysis would do the first layer of analysis, and then say, we need these other subpoenas to be issued and the bank statements to be brought. And so that was the frustration that they were getting.
Now, did you say you're talking about the investigators who had been appointed by Workmen's there?
Yes,
The investigators, they were Workmen's investigators, so to speak.
they were subcontractors.
They're
of
subcontract,
Workmen's.
yeah, but they were reporting to Workmen's.
Yes,
Yes. So you were having interactions with some of them, and the reports you were getting when interacting with them
Yes.
was that they were feeling frustrated because they were not making headway.
that is correct.
And part of the reason why they were not making headway is because some subpoenas had been issued to try and get to see where the money went to, and then the subpoenas were not coming back.
So the way I understood the interaction, Chair, was that the investigator will say, I need you to issue subpoenas for the following
Yeah.
entities
Yes,
and banking accounts.
yes,
The work of issuing the
Subpoena.
subpoenas would be done by the police.
yeah,
And then the police would go to the banks after having the subpoenas issued, go to the banks, get the statements, analysis is done, and then the investigator says, I need the following. So at some point that flow through
yeah.
simply came to a halt.
Yes. Well, that's very important, Mr. Dingeswayo. Mr. Soni, we need to get to the investigators.
Yes.
We need them to tell us who was not doing their job, his job or her job.
Yes.
If they were required to investigate such an important matter of corruption at Prasa, and they needed the police to assist them by way of getting certain information by subpoenas, and the police or the Hawks or whoever it was were not doing their job or were refusing to do their job for whatever reason, maybe because the money trail started to lead to certain people, I need to know.
Yes.
Who are those police officers
Yes.
who were not doing their job? We need
And to whom did it lead?
yeah, we need to get to the bottom of this. It's a lot of taxpayers' money.
Absolutely.
Who were the police officers who were not doing their job? Because if this is correct, they were frustrating a very important investigation. Thank you, Mr. Dingeswayo. I'm sure that you will be able to supply Mr. Soni and the commission investigators with names, if you are able to, of those who could assist, who were being frustrated when they were trying to do their job.
Certainly, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Then let's get to the second meeting that you say stood out for you,
Yes.
Mr. Dingeswayo.
So the second meeting was, I think it would have been around November, October 2016. It was at a time when Mr. Collins Letswalo was the acting CEO of Prasa. Brigadier Khanna requested a meeting, and he came to Prasa with I think Brigadier Maginyane, and With them, so then on our side it was Mr. Letswalo, myself, I think the then company secretary, Mr. Lindy Kayazide, may have been there, and my manager, Martha Ngoye, was there. In this meeting, the Hawks were concerned, they said, about the affidavit of Mr. Mamabolo. And their concern, they indicated, was the fact that he makes certain legal conclusions in the affidavit. For an example, that so and so and so and so were acting in common purpose, and they committed fraud. So it came as a sub. So he said, look, we're feeling stuck because we are worried that if we take this matter forward, Mr. Mamabolo is not going to survive cross-examination because he is the A1, and A1 is the first person to make the complaint. So he would be the one who needs to give evidence. So, and he won't be able to support these legal conclusions.
But Mr. Mamabolo doesn't have to, he needed to simply state facts that he knew. And if he made a legal conclusion that was right or was wrong, that's really neither here nor there. They had to look at whether the facts that he was speaking to revealed that there was prima facie a crime. Whether it was the same crime he was talking about or a different crime is neither here nor there.
Chairperson, that is exactly what we told them. We also told them that our view is that the whole point of investigating, the whole point of somebody coming to the police and saying, please investigate this, is so that the police can find evidence. And we indicated to them that this is evidence that only the police have the legal authority to find. So when a Mamabolo says, Fani Dingiswayo got gratification from this contract, he does not have the legal authority to go into Fani Dingiswayo's banking account. He may be making that conclusion on the basis that after this award was made, the lifestyle of Fani Dingiswayo dramatically changed. So the police then, with their legal authority, should be the ones that go and find and follow the money. If the money does not lead to that person and does not lead to anybody, there's no court, it does not lead to anybody who it should not lead to. There's no one who should be prosecuted. But if it leads to somebody that should not receive the money, then that person must be prosecuted. And we said you can't simply say because you think that the legal conclusion is incorrect, you don't investigate. You investigate to check whether the legal conclusion is correct. And when the evidence has been gathered, you then present the evidence to court. And maybe the legal conclusion, like Chair, you're saying, if the legal conclusion is this crime, then that's that crime, or another crime is another crime. But it can't be, but the way he was presenting it, it was as if this is the end of the road for this entire investigation. Because we were concerned about that stance, and I mean, he had, I think, a 4-page letter that...
Remind me, who was speaking here? Was it?
General Khan.
General Khan.
Correct, Chair.
And just for the sake of understanding properly, From Prasa's side, you said it was you, it was Ms. Ngoye,
Yes. I think the acting, the then
Mr. Zinda.
acting company secretary, sorry, I'm putting acting to the wrong designation.
Yes,
The
yes.
acting CEO was Mr. Letswalo, he was
Yes,
present.
yeah.
And the group company secretary was Mr. Zide, was also present.
Yes, and from the police side, it was General Khan.
I think it was General Kana was there.
Yeah,
I think he was accompanied by Brigadier Makinyane.
Makinyan.
Yes.
Okay, do you know how you spell that name?
It's Makinyane.
Okay. Okay. So you were saying he had a letter.
Yes, he had a 4-page letter with him, which he presented to the meeting. So it was a bit strange that he has this meeting he asked for the meeting and he gives us a letter and he wants us to discuss the letter at the meeting. So we then said we will respond to the letter formally because I mean the way that this thing was being presented was that it was problematic. I think he also complained that they didn't have information. Because the more comprehensive affidavit of Mama Bolo had a lot of annexures. So he said, we don't have these annexures. So he said, but we understand that you were provided these annexures. So we then responded to that letter and indicated these concerns formally to say we believe that the ball is in your court because of the legal mandate and the legal authority that you carry, which we don't have. And I think we do in that letter make reference to the April meeting and the outcomes of that April meeting and what happened after the April meeting, because we thought it's necessary to just go back to say this is where we were, and when we were here we were very happy, and then everything comes to grounds to a halt. When it grinds to a halt, we find that you come now with this letter to us, and not to the people that you were interfacing with. You come directly to Prasa to say, this is my concern.
And you said this meeting happens towards the end of 2015?
2016.
It was 2016?
Yes, I think around October.
Around October?
Yes, November.
So about close
7
to
months.
1.5 years after you felt things came to a halt?
No, Chair. So it's April 2016 when we
Oh, I
have
thought
the
it was
first.
April 2015.
No, it's
Oh,
2016.
2016. Oh, okay. No, okay, so the major meeting that gave you encouragement happens in April 2016.
Yes.
Okay, and everything seems to come to a halt in May 2016.
Yes.
And then this meeting that certainly wouldn't have encouraged you at all happens in October 2016.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay.
6
So
months
how
later.
does that meeting end?
So the culmination of the meeting is that we will write a formal response to the letter. We will consider the letter that was just
Yes.
brought to us at the meeting and formally respond.
But when General, is it Kana or Kana? Kana.
Kana, Khana.
Yeah, Kana. When he was speaking at this meeting, was he basically making the same points that appeared in the letter that he had given you?
By and large, Chair.
Yeah.
Yes.
And was the effect of what he was saying and the effect of the letter that they were stopping the investigation because of what Mr. Mamabulo said in his affidavit?
Chair, I speak under correction. I believe that we have the letter and
Yes.
will make it available.
Yes.
I believe that was the conclusion that
Yes.
this is because of, he was basically saying, because of all these things,
Yeah.
we can't proceed.
But these things were what? You have told me about about him saying that Mr. Mamabulo makes a legal conclusion in his affidavit. What else did he put up as causing them to say, we don't think we are going to go forward, or something to that effect?
Chairperson, the thing that was, in my recollection, intractable in that letter was the legal conclusions. I mean, I think he knows Mr. Mamabolo personally.
Yes.
And like he was expressing sentiments like he knows Mr. Mamabolo and he is worried that he will be embarrassed in court. And if
Because of a legal conclusion.
that is correct, Chair.
That's very strange.
There was, as I said, also the issue about the fact that they were saying they don't have the annexures to the affidavits, which I later established was not correct.
Yes.
But I mean, we gave them the documents again.
Yes, yes. So you say you believe the letter can be found?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
I'll
Can we get it? I wish we had it here.
I apologize.
But that's your recollection of what the letter also says?
Yes.
Yeah. So you then went back and you were going to respond. I think that's where we were.
Yes.
Chairperson, I just want to, for the record, in whose name was that letter, the letter that was given to Prasa?
The letter that was given to Prasa was addressed to Ms. Ngoi,
No, but who signed or who wrote the letter?
General Khan. General.
What was his position within the Hawks? Was he the second in command?
He was the head of a unit called the Serious Economic Offenses.
Serious economic offenses?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Chair, then this meeting that I just told you about is the one that I inserted because I thought the last meeting flows from this.
Before you get to the third
yes.
meeting, sorry, Mr. Dingizwayo. When you wrote back to General Khan, what was your, did you agree with him? Did you dispute the correctness of what he was saying?
What was the thrust of your response?
The thrust of the response, Chair, is what I have said, that the position that we held even at the meeting, that the whole point of Mr. Mamabolo not going to arrest those people that he named there himself is because it is the police that must be reported to, and it is the police that must conduct an investigation, and the police that have the authority to arrest. But the main thrust was that these are economic crimes, and the only way you deal with an economic crime is to follow the money, which is I think a discussion that I think we've had with the Hawks ad nauseum, even on the Siangena investigation, that you just have got to follow the money. So that was the thrust of the response. It was fairly a lengthy response, Chair, because we felt that we have to be as detailed as that, and at least that one I can make available almost immediately, but I think the one from Brigadier Kana, it might take some time, but I'll request assistance from our investigators as well as Ms. Ngoye to see if they can locate it.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you, because we should get both. Yeah.
So on the day that I delivered the response, because I had all these lever arch files as well as our response. I went to the Hawks offices in Pretoria and gave them the documents. We had some bit of a chit chat with me, giving them the essence of what our response is. Then one of the officers accompanied me because their offices at those premises, you need a remote and there's no security guard. In fact, it's a nondescript building. You wouldn't know that there's police there. There's nothing that says police. So one of the members of the officials accompanied me so that he can open the entrance for me. So I thought, let me just ask this gentleman, because this seems so easy for me. Maybe there's something that I'm missing. I said to him, if you look at the application that was launched by Prasa,
This is the Swifambo.
the Swifambo application, I think there is a very interesting thing that happened, which is in the affidavits. And that is the meeting between Mr. Molefe and Mr. Mashaba at the Maslow Hotel and the outcomes of that meeting. Have you not considered having a conversation with Mr. Mashaba? My understanding of what Mr. Mashaba had presented to Mr. Molefe is that it looks like I got myself entangled in something I shouldn't have gotten myself entangled in. He
Might have to lose my assets.
That is correct. And he appeared to, from my reading, he appeared to have received the shock of his life when he received instructions to make payments to people that are not associated with Swifambo, with the business of Swifambo. He was a sole director, and he knew who were Swifambo's counterparties in transactions, and these people are people he didn't know. So I said to him, maybe somebody like that can assist if this thing is correct. Chair, there was an awkward silence for a few seconds. And this gentleman said to me, I feel bad that you have to ask me this question because I've been an investigator for a number of years. I've done investigations in the Northwest and blah, blah, blah. So he went on and told me his life story in the police. And he says, what you're telling me is something that we've asked from our superiors. And I was just instructed not to touch Mr. Mashaba. So I said to him, look, I don't want to put you in a difficult position. Let me go. What you've told me is enough. But the essence of it was that he had been instructed not to take that route that between me and him in our discussion seemed to be a very easy route and something to explore.
So he seems to have been instructed not to do what he believed was the right thing to do in order to do his job.
That is correct, Chair.
Is that somebody that you know? Is that somebody that you met once on that occasion? Is that somebody that
I only met once, Chair,
Oh,
and
okay.
never met him again.
Yes.
I think I may have inquired about him at some point.
Yes,
And I was
yes.
told he had left the police.
Oh.
I was told something like that, Chair.
Oh, but is that because you remembered his name?
You know, as I'm talking about this, I'm thinking, I think you're going to get there. And I'm trying to remember
Yes.
his name, but I think I may have it somewhere, Chair.
Yes, well, you see, maybe if he has left the police, he might well be he might be quite prepared to assist the country and tell us what he knows about why this investigation, why the Hawks don't seem to have done what they were expected to do, or what he would have done, but was prevented from doing, and who prevented him. So one knows that an investigation such as the investigation that this commission has conducted depends to a very large extent on men and women in the country who will put the country first and who will have the courage to stand up and to speak the truth. Sometimes under difficult circumstances. And we have seen some of the people who have taken that stand, who have come before this commission. And the country should be very grateful to them. There are many who are staying away from the commission when they have knowledge of very bad things which should be told to this commission that have been done by certain people who are staying away from the commission, who are not putting their country first. But there may still be many who haven't come forward, who, if contacted, might just say, okay, I will come. So maybe even the one that you are speaking about, wherever he is, even if we don't contact him, if he hears, maybe he might just decide to make himself available to the commission. If there are not enough people in this country who are prepared to come forward and make sacrifices and take a stand, all that we are doing will be in vain. We will not make this country a better country. If we are all too scared, if we are all putting our own self-interest first, if we are all putting our organization's interests first, if we are all putting certain wrong institutions first and not putting the country, then all of these efforts and all of the money that this commission is using to try and get to the truth will all be in vain. And I continue to be grateful to each and every one of those people who have come here and who and told the nation some of the things that we have heard, and those who have stood by the truth even in difficult times over the years, as I have been told by numerous witnesses. So we need his name, and we need others who know exactly why certain institutions were not doing their job to come forward and tell us. When they tell us, they are telling the nation gets to know what was going on. We will get to be able to make recommendations that hopefully can contribute, if implemented, to make this country a better country. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Dingiswayo, you will look at your documents and so on and try and identify the person. But as the Chairperson has said, if that person hears your evidence, hopefully he'll come even on his own, whether or not we find his name.
Chair, sorry, can I just say one thing? My observation of how the Prasa criminal investigations were conducted is a case study of how to look like you are investigating.
When you are actually not investigating.
Yes, I was very happy with the evidence that was led yesterday and this morning around the property transactions, because it's evidence that we've been looking for a long time. It's evidence that is sitting in the hands of bankers. It's not evidence that's sitting with the people who are implicated in the criminal offenses. And the police have simply not gone to the bank to ask for the bank statements so that we can be able to do the very sterling work that was done by Mr. Ollerman this morning to take you through the property transactions. I do not believe that it takes long. I think the concern as well is the fact that the money is disappearing, the properties are lying unattended to, and I mean, it's just construction sites. The value of that property is dissipating. The biggest loser in the process becomes the country.
Yes, thank you.
Before I leave this theme, general investigations, you dealt with these Swifambo investigation. During the course of that, you mentioned a little earlier, you said the same thing happened in the Siangena investigation. You don't have to go into details unless you want to, but what happened there? Just if you could tell the Chairperson.
Chairperson, the lesson learned from the Swifambo investigation is that don't do the cash flow analysis. That's why it ground to a halt at some point, because now you're starting to see names of people, you're starting to see organizations that should not be seen associated with those transactions. So at the April meeting, because by the time we had the April meeting, the police had already appointed Howard to do the cash flow analysis. So that work had started on the Swifambo investigation. Now, on the April meeting, one of the things that General Khanna said is going to do is to do the same appointment that had been done because that appointment necessitated that Prasa should issue a letter to Howarth to say, we will cover your fees, you report to the police. So after that meeting, that letter was issued to Howarth in accordance with what was discussed at the meeting, that Howarth was going to be appointed to do the cash flow analysis in respect of the Siangena matter. That appointment never happened. So that's why I'm saying that whoever was controlling this investigation realized that if you make this appointment, you are going to have problems. And I'm saying I'm happy with the evidence that was led yesterday and today in the morning, because now the things that were just in newspapers and such places are now clear that those reports, those news reports, were accurate, that those journalists did do the work that in a proper way. So they probably feel vindicated, but I mean, it's a bittersweet experience that all these things came out in 2016, and it's only now in 2020 that they have been ventilated in public in a forum which is credible. And the people are coming out to say, yes, there was a TLM inscription on this bank, and there's clearly money is demanded this side, and Mr. Montana has asked for the money, and then he says, I'll pay tomorrow, and then money is deposited there, and then the payment is made. So to draw that, now, I don't think that it would have taken the police and investigators a long time from 2016 to get to that point where you can clearly see what has happened. I mean, Prasa has had to spend millions litigating against people who have done it wrong, and those people were using the money coming from Prasa to defend themselves in the litigation.
Well, to make it worse, and I think as Mr. Molefe was saying, on the one side, Prasa has had to litigate against people that allegedly were engaged in corruption, getting money corruptly from Prasa, and those people use that money to fight Prasa. But Prasa has had to also litigate against the Hawks. Prasa goes to the Hawks and the SAPS and says, go and catch them. There they are. Here is the evidence. Here is a complaint. Catch them. There is crime here. The Hawks don't seem to do much until Prasa says, let's go to court to force the Hawks to do their job. And what do the Hawks do? They oppose that. They fight with Prasa. What kind of thing is that?
Mr. Dingizwane, just so that I understand, at the April meeting with the Hawks, with General Khanna.
One second. When we finish here, I will want to see you, Mr. Soni, and Ms. Rangata, and the investigators that are attached to the Prasa work stream. So yes. Mr. Alderman mustn't go away if he is around. Or if he is not around, maybe somebody can send him information to say he should be here when we finish.
Yes, we will do that.
Okay.
Now, I just want to understand, one of the matters, in fact, the main matter that was discussed was the Swifambo criminal case. But was Siyangena discussed at that meeting as well, at the April meeting?
In my recollection, it was.
But the difference is, in regard to Swifambo, they appointed the assistance that Werksman was providing, but they refused to do that in regard to the Siyangena matter.
That is correct, Chair. Well, sorry, Chair, sorry, slightly different. At that meeting, General Khanna undertook that the appointment that was made to Haworth on the Swifambo case will be made to them to deal with the Siyangena case.
So he was saying, we will use the same people for the Siyangena investigation as well?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And that Prasa must pay for it,
Prasa,
and
yes.
that will, in a sense,
The same arrangement would
finalize.
apply?
The same arrangement. And after that meeting, Prasa issued a letter to, I think the acting CEO then was Mr. Nati Kena, He issued a letter to say to Howe that Prasa will cover their fees. They must assist the Hawks.
Yes.
But that appointment was never made by the Hawks then?
No, it was never made.
Did you get to know why it was not made?
It never. This is one of the things, Chair, that we're complaining about after the meeting of April. And I think in the response that we sent to the Hawks later that year, to their letter, we also included that to say this is the impression we got from this meeting, and it just never happened.
Now you are talking about the letter which you told us about, which was responding to General Khan's letter.
Yes.
These are the things you dealt with in the letter.
Yes.
Now, did General Khan ever respond to your letter?
No.
He never responded.
No, he didn't.
But from what you said earlier, it seems to me that the content of your letter was such that it called for a response if he didn't agree with the points you were making there, because there, as I understand it, part of what you were saying is you people can't stop the investigation just because of what Mr. Mamabolo says in terms of legal conclusions.
That is correct, Chair, and that was the expect. Well, we're expecting one of two outcomes: either a response or some action in terms of furthering the investigation.
Because if they didn't respond, but they continued with the investigation, and you could see that they were continuing,
yes,
you wouldn't mind them
then
not responding. That would be a response in action and not in by way of a letter.
That is correct.
But if they were not going to
do anything, then
if they're going to maintain their stance, despite what you said in your letter, then you expected them to respond to your arguments.
That is correct, Chair.
Which they did not do.
Which they didn't do.
Yeah. To this day.
Yes, Chair. Yes. I think
as far as you know.
To this day, Chair, because that's part of the reason why the board decided to launch a mandamus.
Yes,
to compel them to do their work. Yes.
Yes. Yes, continue.
Now, Mr. Dingiswayo, in your affidavit, you refer to the affidavit made by Ms. Ngoyi in October last year.
Yes.
If you look at paragraph
6.
Yes. Now, can I just ask you this? You've read her affidavit.
Yes.
And you agree with what she says insofar as she talks about you.
That is correct, Chair.
Just now, you then say, but there are two matters you want to discuss, and it's not surprising, given your evidence, that one of them concerns a company involving Mr. Roy Mudley, that's Prodigy, and the other concerns Siaya, a company involving Mr. Mabunda.
Yes.
Let's deal with the Prodigy matter. You've dealt with it quite extensively in your affidavit, but if you could, we could go through what you say was wrong with this matter and how it ended for you. But I'll lead, I'm just sort of presenting the panel.
Chair, around March 2015, I received a request. So what happens is that if anyone in the business requires legal services, they come to me as the general manager of group legal services, and then I decide what I'm going to do, whether I'm going to do the instruction or maybe ask one of my colleagues to assist with it. So I received this request from a Mr. Sidney Kuzwayo, who is in the supply chain management division of Prasa. The instruction,
This is about when, just to get the time frames?
February, March 2015.
Oh, February, March 2015,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
So I receive this instruction. The instruction is we have this contract between Prasa and Prodigy. This contract contemplates the training of 3,000 Prasa employees on customer services. We have the contract, I think it was for 3 years. This contract has now lapsed, but we have not trained 3,000. We've trained just over 2,000. So can you assist us to finalize that scope of work so that we can, because I think at that time, payment could not be made without a contract. So when you enter the details of the contract on the SAP system or on the finance system, you had to enter the length of the contract. So once it lapses, then requisitions for payment do not happen. And what was explained to me was that there has, the parties have been continuing with the work, notwithstanding that the contract has lapsed. But now they are having problems with payment. So I said, okay, as is normal, give me the SCM file so that I have a better understanding of what is going on here. So I look at the SCM file.
Would the CM file contain the contract?
Yes, so the SCM file will contain all the information that has led to the onboarding of the service provider for that contract.
Okay.
So whatever, however they were procured and all of
Yes,
this.
okay. So it will give you information that will tell you whether the contract is justified, whether there was a need
Yes.
for this contract.
Yes.
And how the contract, what processes were followed
That
to
is
conclude
correct.
the contract.
That is
Okay.
correct.
So you asked for that file.
Yes,
So before you go on, just
Yes.
so that we orientate ourselves.
yeah.
This is the matter you deal with from paragraph 14 of your affidavit. Would that be correct?
That is correct, Chair.
So there are other matters that are dealt with, but they, in a sense, peripheral to the main issue. And I thought I would just indicate to you where precisely Mr. Dingiswayo
Yes,
is leading evidence from.
Yes, no, that's fine.
So, Chair, so in terms of just orientating myself, I look at this file to see what happened. I come across a letter that is dated 10 June 2010, which seems to be the genesis of this relationship. That letter, Chair, is marked as MMD3 and is on page 138.
The page number?
138.
138. Yes.
Chairperson, before you go on, just again orientation so that you will recall. You might recall when Mr. Holele gave evidence, this letter came up.
Okay. Well, I can see that it has attracted my attention each time I see it.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair, it's a bit of a confusing letter, but how it seems that what it sought to do was to say, as Prodigy, we have a grant from the services SETA of, I think, 10, well, the numbers are a bit also confusing. But at the end, it seems as if the number that was agreed to was 10.8 million. So we have a grant of 10.8 million for training purposes. Now, you have people that need training. So what we can do is we can use this grant for training your people. You claim the grant. So it's for Prasa, it becomes a zero sum. You pay Prodigy for training, and then you claim from the grant that they have. And the other thing is that there's I think there was something around the fact that Prodigy was accredited to do something called recognition of prior learning.
Sorry, Mr. Tingswai, may I just place on record?
Yeah.
You are reading from a document now, am I right?
Yes.
That's MMD 3, starting at page 138 and finishing at page 139.
Yes.
Now, what is that? Could you describe it for the record so that when the chairperson is looking at this later, he knows what you're looking at? So this is a letter.
Yes. It's a letter from Prodigy. It is addressed to Mr. Montana at Prasa. It's signed by the director of Prodigy, certain Narishna Shunmugen.
And the date?
The date of the letter is 10 June 2010.
So, sorry, you were explaining what this letter is about.
Yes. Now, Chair, on page 139, the third line, the sentence there says these interventions will also include recognition of prior learning and will align to scarce critical skills required by Prasa. So it appeared that, if I recall, I may have seen also in this SCM file, a submission to Mr. Montana to say that Prasa would like to engage Prodigy by way of a confinement because they are the only people who are accredited to do recognition of service, recognition of prior learning. So that was the reason for the confinement, that you won't be able to get another person to do this for you. So you will see that Mr. Montana has made a note on that letter. They are on page 138, and he seems quite excited about the proposal and gives an instruction that the necessary documents should be prepared so that the relationship can be established.
And I see that he seems to have, the letter was written on the 10th of June 2010.
Yes.
And he signed that handwritten note on the 10th of June. The year doesn't appear on my copy, but it has to be 2010.
Yes.
I don't think that he could have waited until it was 10 June of another year. so it has to be 2010.
Yes.
So it means it was written on the 10th of June 2010, probably delivered by hand or so, delivered to him same day, and same day he made that note there and signed to accept it, to say it should be accepted. Actually, not to say it should be accepted. He says it is accepted.
Yes, yes, Chair.
Yes. Okay.
So then there's the following document, which is MMD4.
But I know that we have dealt with this document,
Yes.
with this letter before, but you basically, Prodigy says, from what you say, says we have got money that we that can be used for training. Is that right? Is that what
Yes.
you say?
Yes.
And you have people that need to be trained. We can provide the training, but then it says what it says. You will pay us and claim back from that source that we're talking about. But that would be a different source, not them. Is that so?
It will be the SITA.
It will be the CETA.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
So
So they make it look like you won't pay.
yes, it's a zero sum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you won't pay. Yeah. So why not give it to us?
And we also will do recognition of prior learning for you.
Yes, yes.
And like I say, I think there's a submission that I came across at the time that actually stated that is the reason why, the reason for the confinement is the accreditation for. So, and then there's a contract that is concluded, Chair, which is a partnership agreement, which starts on page 141 and runs to 152.
And that's MMD 4.
That is MMD 4. Yes.
What's the essence of the agreement? In other words, what obligations were there on Prodigy and what obligations were there on Prasa?
Prasa was supposed to provide 300 of its employees for training by Prodigy at the cost of 10.8 million. You will see, Chair, on page 141, there's at the bottom there are 2 bullet points, and the one talks about the provision of grant funding valued at that for 300 learnership, which Prodigy has secured from the services SITA, and then Prasa appoints. I'm not sure what actually happened at this point. I'm just looking at the documents as they come to me, but the impression that I form is that this was the intention, this is what had been done. So Prodigy, how Prodigy puts the foot in the door is by saying, I have this grant and I am accredited. Therefore, let's do a contract. A contract is then prepared and signed, and I take it the service is delivered, but that's for 300 learners.
And at a cost of?
Of 10.8 million. But this is not the contract that was the subject of my instructions. Let me see. I think the contract that was the subject of my instructions is the next contract, which is MMD 5.
So just for the sake of completeness, that contract partnership agreement that we were looking at just now, namely MMD 4,
Yes.
at page 141, was signed by, it would appear, Mr. Montana as Group CEO on behalf of Prasa.
That is correct, Chair.
And then there is a witness there, and the designation for the witness appears to be GE, Office of GCEO.
Yes.
Do you know that signature? Whose signature is that?
It looks like Mr. Holele's signature.
Okay, and he would at that time
He
have
was
occupied
the
that position.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, okay. Yes, you say then the contract that you were dealing with is not this one,
Yes.
because what was sought was this one had lapsed.
This one had run its course, and it seems it was it was executed and discharged, and the parties' obligations were discharged.
Yes, but was it not the one the one that was sought to be extended or something?
No, Chair.
It was not, or this was the initial one?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So this is what is giving me the background.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm sorry, Chair. I think I was not correct. It's not MMD 5 that was the subject of my instructions. It is MMD 6.
Oh, okay. And MMD 6 appears
At page 170
170, yes.
and runs to 177.
Yes, if we are going to talk about MMD 6, would it not be more logical to talk first about MMD 5 unless there's nothing to talk about on MMD 5?
We can, well, it's just for background purposes, Chair, because
That too had run its course.
MMD 5,
It's at page 154.
yes, I'm just trying to remind myself what.
Isn't this the addendum to the original contract, Mr.?
Yes. Now, MMD 5 is, I think, an interesting document. If you are on page 156, there is, at the bottom, there are paragraphs that are numbered 1 to 3. Now, you will see number 1 is implementation of Prasa customer service, Prasa My Station frontline worker program, 3,000 employees, 5 days of training, and 5 days of workplace mentorship and coaching. Now, the way this looks, MMD 5 departs from MMD 4 and introduces a new service, the training on customer services. And then the second one is another training on customer services of 6,000 employees. And then continual professional development of training for station and corridor management. So those are the things that Prasa and Prodigy are going to have a relationship on. So the one that is against the paragraph marked number 1 at the bottom becomes MMD 6. The training of the 3,000. And you will see that it's on page 170.
Yes.
You will see that it calls this the first phase. Under paragraph 2, the second unnumbered paragraph, it says the first phase of the 3-phase partnership agreement is for a minimum of 3,000 Prasa employees commencing 1st September 2011 and to be completed by 31st March 2014. And if you go further, and you will come to page 175, and so there's a table that starts there on page 175 under the heading invoicing schedule, phase 1 of 3, Prasa My Station program. And the next page, which is 176, you'll see the total cost. And under the heading number of learners is 3,000, and the total cost including VAT, it's 82,080,000.
Now, for which year or for what was the duration for this one?
The duration, Chair, is where we started. It is
2013?
on page 171. The second unnumbered paragraph under heading number 2, which is the second line of that is 1 September 2011 to 31 March 2014.
So is that 4 years or 3 years?
3 years.
Just over 3 years. I think it's about 3.5 years.
Okay.
I think so.
Now,
Just
is
less
this,
than 3.
No, 2.5. 2.5.
2.5.
Apologies.
or is this still provision of training to make Prasa employees, to enable them to provide good service?
So, Chair, we've moved now from what seems to have been recognition of prior learning, which is the 300. The zero-sum game of I've got a grant, give me people to train, and you claim back from that grant, and which is the reason why we have a relationship with Prodigy.
Yes, that's what I want to understand. I want to see where we start to have something different. Remember, you started with the original,
Yes,
the letter.
yes,
And then you came with the original agreement.
Yes.
The partnership agreement,
yes,
which was talking about the SITA money.
yes,
Yeah, which was based on the SITA money.
yes.
Then there was another agreement which I think we didn't talk much about, and then there was another one. So I want to find out whether we are still, the basis for all this is still the SITA money,
No.
or if it is no longer the SITA money, this is the first time we are no longer dealing with the SITA money, or whether any of the previous agreements were already no longer based on the SITA money. That's what I want to establish.
So the previous one, it seems to me, Chair, the previous one is sort of an umbrella. And it serves two purposes.
The partnership one.
It departs from SITA and starts a new relationship altogether.
That is MMD4, MMD5.
MMD5, sorry. The one that is called Addendum to Partnership Agreement.
Oh, yes.
So that one,
That's where the departure from the SITA starts.
yes. That one starts now introducing customer services training. For first phase is 3,000 employees, second phase is 6,000 employees, and then continual professional development. There's it doesn't talk about money or anything and programs and things like this. Where we start talking
Sorry,
about...
before you go there, I'm just trying to see if there is a relationship between, we have the partnership agreement as MMD4.
Yes.
Then we have MMD5, and if you look at page 154, what is this document called?
It's called an addendum to partnership agreement, Chair.
Now,
But that's a misnomer. It has, in my view, it has absolutely nothing to do
In terms of the content,
in terms of the content with what was envisaged in the partnership agreement.
you think the heading or title is there to mislead? Or maybe not intentionally?
No, I think it is intentional. I think earlier I said the first one was was the foot in the door.
Yeah,
Now, when now the door is open,
we can get you to do
since-
other things.
anything is possible.
Yeah, but on the face of it, it must look like we're
Like
still
it's a
continuing with the
continuation.
partnership.
Yes.
So if this was a new agreement, the first agreement was was based on confinement.
Yes.
If this was a new agreement, you would have to follow section 217.
That is correct, Chair.
But this is now, as the chairperson has pointed out, simply titled addendum, but in effect has nothing to do with the previous agreement.
That is correct, Chair. It has nothing to do with the previous agreement. It has nothing to do with the rationale for the previous agreement. And it has nothing to do with the services contemplated in the previous agreement. But I'm calling it sort of an umbrella because it now starts a new thing of customer services.
Yes. But can I
Training, sorry.
then ask you, if you look at MMD 6,
Yes.
page 170, what is that document called?
It's called an annex, it's called Annexure A of Addendum to Partnership Agreement.
And when is that agreement entered into?
Yeah.
If you look at page 177, you'll see. it.
Yes, it's dated 21st October 2012. It's signed by Mr. Montana on that date.
So the annexure to the agreement, and if I could ask you to look at page 168, that's the date on which the previous agreement, the addendum, was entered into. What
Yes.
is that date?
It is 30 August 2011.
So the annexure is entered into more than a year later.
Yes.
Sorry, so that just puts those agreements in context, or the purported relationship between those agreements in context.
Yes. Chair, one of the things that is striking about MMD 6 is on page 175 under the heading number 4, learner cost of Prasa My Station program. The first unnumbered paragraph reads, the per learner cost of the first phase of the program is 24,000.
I'm sorry, did you say page 175?
175.
Yes, that's, the learner cost of the Prasa My Station program.
Yes.
Okay. The My Station program, was that something that was started by Prasa, or did they come up with it as part of giving a name to what they wanted to do?
Yes, Chair, they just gave a name.
They came up with it.
Who?
Prodigy.
I don't know who came up with the name,
Oh, okay, okay.
but it was just called My Station.
Yes.
You say the per learner cost was 24,000 rand. That
Yes.
means for each learner. What did in terms of days and so on, what did the program entail?
I'm not sure if it is here on MMD 6, but you'll recall that it's a 5-day course. I think we saw it on MMD 5. It's a 5-day course and 5 days of workplace mentorship and coaching. Now, in response to Council's question, Chair, may I ask you to go to page 172? And there's a table there, and you will see on the, I think it's the, what is it? It's the fourth column, which says develop customized Prasa My Station skills. And it will speak, it talks about transport NQF1 and professional driver NQF3 and transport passenger services NQF3. Now, this is according to qualification standards that are issued by the Qualifications Authority. And I'm drawing your attention to this because, as far as I know, NQF4 is metric. The reason I was drawing your attention to the price is that you are here with a course on customer services, which is pitched at a level that is less than a metric for 5 days, and it's 24,000 per learner. I think it's the most expensive customer services training in the world. But Chair, so what then causes concern for me as I look at this transaction is that which the Chair has noted, simply starting the relationship on one basis and coming up with a confinement, because that's a deviation from the normal process, and then simply introducing another process midstream, another service midstream, which is not related to why you confined in the first place. So I then raised this as a concern to the colleagues to say, this is irregular because I think there's so many people who can do customer services training. There's nothing unique about customer services training, and I think it's too expensive. I mean, I think the prices are much less than, especially for just 5 days. But I didn't want to get into that. I said to the colleagues, I think this is irregular, and I would prefer not to be involved in it. I wrote an email to Mr. Montana to say I think that he may have been misled to enter into, for this agreement to be concluded. Sorry, I wrote that letter, that email to the then Chief Procurement Officer, Mr. Josephat Pungula, to say I think that the Group CEO was misled because the relationship starts as one thing and then just out of nowhere morphs into another. I was not supposed to do that.
Did you get a response in writing? From if I remember well, the Group Chief Procurement Officer said he will bring this to the attention of Mr. Montana. Mm-hmm. So he sent me a short response that just says something along those lines. Mm-hmm. After some time, and I think at some point, I think I didn't put my foot down at that point. But after some time, I said, guys, this is I'm not going to be involved in this because it's irregular. So please,
don't bring this thing here. I've told you it's irregular, and you insist that I should do this. I'm not going to do something of this nature. And then there was an email that was then coming from Mr. Montana. Apologies, Chair. I thought you wanted to say something. So an email came from Mr. Montana. I don't know if it's here.
Yes, it is at page 187. 187.
187.
It is MMD 8.
Okay. Yes, so that's the email that was.
We don't have the one that you sent to the group chief procurement officer, because if we do,
No,
it's not, we don't have it here.
No, Chad, I don't have it here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But can be found?
It can be found, Chair. I had requested the investigators to request that I be given access
To
my
the
laptop
premises.
and my
Yes,
office,
yes,
and
yes.
I don't think anything came out of that.
Yes, I think attempts should be made to find it. And I think nobody is going to resist if we ask that he be allowed to have his laptop in order to assist the commission.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, so but you are referring us now to the one at page 187.
Yes,
Yes.
it's an email that is from Mr. Montana. It is addressed to Ms. Nonhlanhla Kondowe, Fanny Dingiswayo, and Sydney Kuzwayo, and then other people are copied there, including my manager, Mathangoy.
Who was or is Nonhlanhla Kondowe? What position was she?
Nonhlanhla Kondowe is in the HR department. She was the person who was really running with this project. And I remember in one of my discussions with her, I said, but the end user is supposed to be rail, the rail division, not HR. Why am I talking to you? Because I said to her, I think one of the problems that caused the situation where you're finding yourselves in is that the end user is not the one leading the discussions and telling you, I can make so many frontline staff available at such a time so that you have a proper schedule of the training. But she was what I would consider the champion of this project.
Okay.
In essence, what does that email say, Mr. Dingiswayo?
The essence of the email, Chair, is there's some.
Well, I think I know it has been read into the record, but I think we may as well have it read again because it's quite important.
Okay.
Just read that email from Mr. Lucky Montana to Ms. Nonhlanhla Kondowe and others.
Yes. It reads, Chair, Dear Nonhlanhla, there is nothing wrong with the appointment of Prodigy, nor with the extension of their contract. I'm not surprised, I think that's what it's supposed to say. I'm not surprised because this is part of a much bigger agenda which has targeted certain contracts.
Just hang on before you proceed. When he says this, I'm not surprised because this is part of a much bigger agenda. What do you understand this to refer to?
I don't know. I think after, in December 2014 and January 2015, Mr. Montana was on leave. When he came back from leave, he had a lot of what I think was some paranoia and some, he was unsettled. He felt extremely unsettled. Because before this, there was a meeting of what is called the extended exco. And I mean, I don't, because I'm a junior employee, I don't go to those meetings, but an extended exco, I was invited. In that meeting, there was a long, about 2-hour complaint by Mr. Montana, complaining about people who've got agendas and that he's going to expose them and whatever. So I was really shocked because I've never been in a meeting where like you discuss the business of the meeting, and at some point the person chairing the meeting has just a very long speech that he's talking and everyone is quiet, and he is really talking about this agenda that has been launched. He's talking about people that are trying to get the favor of the board at his expense because they are probably after his job or something like that. It was a very strange thing to me. I mean, like I'm saying, I've never been in that kind of a situation where I thought maybe somebody will say, can you
stop him.
Can you tell us what you are talking about? Because everything was couched in very general terms. Because I certainly felt I would want him to stop or be specific. Now, if there's somebody in the room that he is addressing, then they must have a separate meeting. But we can't all be detained here, you know, and be listening to this that at the time I thought had absolutely nothing to do with me. But I realized, like from that time on up until he left, that was going to be repeated over and over again against employees of Prasa and against the board.
Okay, continue.
So
not surprised.
he says there's a big agenda which has targeted certain contracts and appointments and to project these as being irregular. Some of the contracts had already been leaked to external auditors and the media as part of a strategy to discredit the group CEO and create a cloud before he steps down at the end of the year. And then the next paragraph says, this is a well-coordinated strategy that started in November 2014 when I went on leave. I was at the most appropriate time, I will at the most appropriate time act against all those who are involved in this dirty campaign. The investigation they are starting is unlawful and part of a plot I am well aware of. The extent of opportunism by some of our managers really amazes me. A manager like Sidney Kuzwayo should start first by cleaning the many irregular appointments he has party to within SCM, which I have been trying to address and even explaining some of these to the Office of the Public Protector. Some of the managers are excited by the new board and are feeding all sorts of wrong information so that they could carry favor with the board. They will be the biggest losers at the end of this process. The decision to partner with Prodigy on the training of customer services remains sound, and the extension of the contract is still in order. Please allow them to continue with their strategy, which is bound to fail. Then he says, kind regard, Lucky Montana.
What was your understanding of what made Mr. Montana write this letter? having read it in the context of what was happening, what was your understanding of why he wrote this letter?
Chair, I thought that the colleagues that I was dealing with who in the Prodigy matter, I thought that they were reporting back to him to say these are the views that are held by this man. And now I think that at this time they had told him that now he has said, please leave me out of this matter. And I think at the time I also said it shouldn't come to the legal department. Because I mean, Mr. Montana has his own lawyer in his office who can do this work. But I'm very uncomfortable with having my name associated with this irregularity. So I think that there had been reports that had been sent to him. I think the reference to Mr. Sidney Kuzwayo was a deflection. I think that the entire thing was addressed to me. That's how I understood it.
You said earlier on that this was a meeting of the extended executives, that's right?
Yes.
And which you would you would normally not attend meetings of the executive committee. But you had been invited to this one.
Because it was an extended exco.
Because it was an extended exco. Were there others who were invited to? In other words, were you the only one who made it to be an extended exco, or were there others who were there who also contributed to making it an extended exco?
No, I wish I was the only one who made the cut, Chair, but no, I was not.
You were not, okay.
Yes, the people at my level of general manager are invited at
for
the
extended excos.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But I'm saying that this whole thing about Sydney is just a deflection.
It's a deflection, yeah.
Because I said earlier that I'm a junior employee. Sydney's position is junior to mine. And he would not be dealing with, I mean, he would not be involved in irregular appointments as someone else who's higher than Sydney would have to sign off on any appointment. So I just thought this is just something that has been put there to hide the fact that this entire thing is a response.
Quite clearly, this was Mr. Montana's response to the stance taken by some, which included you, that the Prodigy contract was irregular. Is that right?
That is correct.
Is that reading of this correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. But at that stage, apart from you, who else had made it known that they also thought that this Prodigy contract was irregular?
Well, in writing, I was the only one.
You were the only one?
Yes, I had discussed it with Ms. Mathangoye.
Yeah.
Especially even at the time when I thought, I'm not engaging in this anymore. Yeah. I'm getting out of it.
Yes.
To say to him, to say to her, this is the stance that I've taken, and I'm not going to do this.
Yes.
She agreed with me, and I think I even, because we have monthly, at the time we had monthly meetings. as a department. I think I may have tabled the issue at the departmental meeting, because I had made a number of inquiries to try and see if there's nothing wrong with this. So I thought, no, that's fine, no further.
Now, how long before the 18th of May 2015, which is the date of this letter, had you written to say this contract was irregular, and I think you had written to the group chief procurement officer?
Yes.
How long before that date, more or less?
At most a week, Chair.
Oh, so it was
a very
close.
short time.
Yeah, a very short time. Yeah. And he, of course, had told you that he would convey to Mr. Montana your stance.
Yes.
Yes. Now, did you get to know whether Ms. Kondo and Nontlandla, because the letter, the salutation is Dear Nontlandla, you know, it's not Dear Mr. Tingiswayo, it's Dear Nontlandla. Did you get to know whether Ms. Kondo had written anything to Mr. Montana about the Prodigy contract, to which had prompted Mr. Montana to write to her? Or is that something you never got to know?
No, I never got to know.
Yes. Did you know whether Ms. Kondo was agreeing with your position on this contract or not?
No, she never agreed with my position.
She did not agree with your
No,
position?
no.
Was she against it? Did she articulate a different position, or she never said anything?
No, Chair. I mean, she never engaged with me about my position. But I
Yes.
mean, having checked also her conduct after all
Yeah.
these things, when she was working very hard to try and make sure that Prodigy is paid, I don't think that she agreed with my position. She never expressed a
She never
disagreement.
articulated
Yes.
any position?
Yes,
She might just have carried out instructions?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that if I'm not mistaken, at best, Chair, what she may have said is that, look, I mean, Prodigy would not know our processes. So sort of is an innocent party to this thing, and now they're in this situation. We've put them in that situation.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, this letter this email from Mr. Montana is dated the 18th
Of May.
May.
Yes.
What was the next major incident that happened after this letter was sent?
On the 19th
Was the following day?
yes, on the 19th of May.
Maybe actually before we do that, I see we are at 1 minute past 4. I'm quite happy that we continue up to 5 to try and finish, if that suits everybody.
Yes.
But if we are going to go on up to 5, maybe we should take a short break. Mr. Dingswa, are you happy with continuing?
I'm okay,
You are
Chair. I'm on
happy.
suspension.
Okay. Mr. Soni, oh, you're on suspension. You've got all the time.
So he enjoys the interaction.
Okay, right. Let's take a short break, and we'll come back at 10 past. Yeah. We adjourn.
All rise.
discussion between the two of you
That
at
is
that
correct.
stage.
That is correct, Chair.
So the probabilities, you would say, are that Mr. Montana knew only you as the person who was saying this was irregular.
Yes,
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. If there are other people, we could hear from him.
yes.
But you didn't know of anyone else who had taken that stand and said it should be could be conveyed to him.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
I can confirm that. I mean, I think someone like Sydney was trying to see if we can find a solution.
Yes, yeah,
But
yeah. But you had taken a clear position.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Your mic.
Chair, the following day after
I'm sorry, before you deal with that, how did this letter make you feel?
I wanted to respond to this email, Chair, but I realized that I will be now on really a warpath with the Group CEO. So I had a discussion about it with my boss, because I mean all these things that he's saying about these general statements are incorrect. And I don't know, maybe there was an agenda. I was not part of it. But it was clear, as Chair, you've noted, that according to my knowledge at the time, I had been the only person who had expressed this view. And this view is now enmeshed into what is called a bigger agenda about people who are investigating Mr. Montana unlawfully. And Chair, I think at this time, it was before even the Worksman's investigation started. So there's a lot of strange things that are said in this email, which are associated with this view, which I felt I probably just need to set the record straight and say, this is my view. It has nothing to do with all these things that are being mentioned here. It is something that I believe is legally sound, and it's an independent view, professional view. But Chair, in some of these institutions, you can't tell a professional view which is sound. If it interferes with other people's personal interests, then you get dealt with. And the normal thing is that they confuse their own personal interest with Prasa's interest, because they always use that cloak of saying you are acting against Prasa, when in fact you may be dealing with his own personal interests.
And when he says at the end of the third paragraph, they will be the biggest losers at the end of this process.
Yes.
Who did you think he was talking about?
I thought he was talking about me. And that's why I thought I needed to isolate the professional view from all this paranoia, and say I have nothing to do with. I don't have the time or the inclination for agendas and opportunism. I'm just working here, and this is just a view that I'm expressing. So I believed that he intended to do something drastic, and that's why I thought it would be necessary to respond to the email. But in my discussion with Ms. Ngoye, we agreed that we don't escalate.
Yes.
Let's de-escalate the situation, and maybe and hope for the best.
Yeah, okay.
What though happened on the following day?
I was on my way home in the evening from work.
That is now on the 19th
On the 19th of May,
of May 2015,
2015.
yeah.
Yes. I'm on my way home, and when I'm about 5 minutes away from home, I receive a call from Prasa. I pick it up, and it is Mr. Montana's personal assistant. I think Ms. Dipier mentioned her yesterday, Idumi. She calls and says, Mr. Montana would like to see you. I say, when? She says, now. So I'm like, I'm close to home. Does he need to see me today? Please let him know I'm close to home, but if he needs to see me today, I'll come back to the office.
At what time was this?
Maybe around 7.
In the evening?
Yes, 7 in the evening. So I get home, and as I am driving into my driveway, I get another call from the same number. I pick it up, and she tells me, no, he wants to see you now.
So that was still his PA?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I then say, okay, now the people inside the house have seen that I'm driving in, so I have to go and say, I have been called back to work, and like everyone is like, are you serious? So then I'm on my way back to work, and I call Ms. Ngoye, and I say to her, I think I'm going to be fired. So she says, why? I said, no, I received this call, and this is what happened. She says, okay, just go and let me know what happens. I get to the office. He was finishing a meeting and walking the people that he was meeting with out. And he then says, he comes back, he says, he greets and says, hey, come in. I go into his office. And then he says, he's heard that I'm working against the interest of Prasa. So I'm taken aback. Okay. He starts talking about some tender that he said I wanted to cancel a tender. So I say, okay, but wait, I don't have the power to cancel a tender. Which tender are you talking about? So he explains what he's talking about. I say, no. We were approached because the BEC is having some problems with this tender. And we were asked to give advice. We gave the advice. And the advice was nothing near to cancellation of the tender. There was just a bottleneck. We gave advice to ease that bottleneck so that the work of the BEC can continue. He says, no, I don't want to hear anything from you. I've been told what I have been told. And then he goes all over, talks about a number of things that I'm acting against him. I'm leaking documents to the board. Now I'm really stunned that how does one leak documents to the board? I mean, the documents of the company are documents of the company. The board is the accounting authority. And I'm thinking, I'm so far from the board. I don't even know who's in the board. I've never interacted with these people. My normal work doesn't bring me anywhere close to these people. But I can't say these things because I've been told that, no, I don't want to hear anything from you. And then he says, all I brought you here to tell you is that you no longer work here. So I'm like, okay. And he says, we can talk about how much I pay you for you to leave your employment. I said, no, I'm not interested in that discussion. He said, okay, then you are fired. I say, okay, and so I realized that he's done, and I gestured to stand from my seat. Then he says, you can wait for your letter of termination, or you can get it tomorrow, or you can tell us where to deliver it. It was not a long meeting, Chair, and I think he said I could wait because his legal advisor was there present, Ms. Naidu. I think she was the one who was going to draft the termination letter. So I say, no, I'll come back tomorrow and get it. I'll come and also get my personal belongings from the office. And so I left.
So it's not even you are suspended,
No,
you are fired.
no, I was fired on the spot.
And he says he doesn't want to hear anything from you.
Yes, the only thing he can engage on is,
How much you want to be paid.
yes,
But you are fired.
yeah. In his words, Chair, he said, you no longer work here.
That's how we put it.
Yes,
Yes.
yes,
So you come in working here,
yes,
but you'll go out not working here.
yeah.
Okay. Now, the tender that he was referring to, are you able to remember what it was connected with?
Chair, I don't remember, but what I remember is that in a situation of a tender, there's the part where you do the technical evaluation, where you need to meet a certain threshold before other aspects of the tender can be considered. Now, the specification was drafted in such a way that you needed to, that technical evaluation, I think, was divided into 4 or 5 aspects. And they said you need to meet a minimum, I think, of like 80% on each of those aspects for you to get the technical, the threshold of the technical criteria to be moved. So they said to us, there's none of the tenderers who gets all of those 5 aspects at that level. And according to the scoring. And, but the technical advisors, because there was technical advisors there, CIA were the technical advisors of that tender. They say that...
Was that tender connected with CIA?
So
CIA was one of the...
Was the professionals that are assisting Prasa to do the evaluation of the tender.
Okay.
So they said the technical advisors are saying they are satisfied that some of the people can actually do the job. Because the whole point of a technical evaluation is to assess whether the tenderer can actually do the work. We said to them, look, you seem to be having a problem with your technical evaluation criteria, because if you are satisfied that they can do the work, but your evaluation criteria says they can't, that is what you need to deal with, because it's not achieving what it's supposed to achieve. And the people, the guys that we consulted with were happy and they left. And then later on, I was accused of wanting to cancel that tender.
But did you also say he accused you at that short meeting of leaking some documents to the media or
To the board.
To the board.
Yes, to the board.
Was it to the board only or also
the
to
board.
somebody else? To the board.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the letter of 18 May, he did also speak against people who were leaking
Yes.
documents, but he said to the media, he didn't mention
Yes,
the
and
board,
external
isn't it?
auditors.
Yes, yeah, okay. All right. Thank you. So you left, you said you'd come back the following day to take your letter?
Yes, to take the letter and take my personal belongings.
Yeah, okay.
Now, after you left Mr. Montana's office, what was the next thing you did?
Well, as soon as I left the building, Chair, I reported back to my boss, as I had indicated that I would call her after the meeting, and I told her that, I told you that I'm going to be fired, and I am fired.
I'm sure she could not, she thought you, she
No,
could not believe it.
she thought I'm joking.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I'm not joking. I am fired. But I mean, I had seen it coming from this letter, because that biggest losers, I thought, it's a threat. It's a threat, although the threat was veiled by the name of Sidney Kuzwa, so that I don't see it, but I could see it. So she said, she didn't believe me. She said, let's meet. And we arranged to meet, and I told her this is what happened. And she realized that I'm not joking. And she made a call to Mr. Montana and asked him, this guy, I mean, she was shocked. She was shocked, and she made the call whilst shocked that how can this happen? This person reports to me. You don't tell me what you're doing, and you just fire him. I mean, how does that work? And then I didn't hear everything that was discussed. I only heard what Ms. Ngoy was saying, and from what she was saying and what she told me, they had agreed to meet the next day for him to take her through the reasons why he had made this very drastic decision.
Now, when Mr. Montana asked you about that tender, which I think you said, he said he understood you wanted to cancel.
Yes.
Did he represent that your dismissal was because you wanted to cancel that tender? Did you understand that he wanted you to believe that that is what the dismissal was about?
Yes, Chair. So that is one of the things he mentioned.
Yes.
He mentioned the cancellation of the tender. He mentioned working against Prasa.
Yeah.
He mentioned leaking information to the board.
Yes. So he may have wanted you to believe that it was all of those things
Yes.
that he mentioned.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And didn't mention anything that was connected with the letter, or that was in the letter.
With the email.
The email, yeah.
Chair, I really don't recall him saying anything about
Yes.
Prodigy.
Yes, except that I guess that in that email, the one addressed to Dienon Tandla,
Yes.
in that email, he is speaking strongly against those whom he was accusing of working against him.
Yes.
Yeah, so it may well be that if you were leaking documents to the board, you may have been working against him.
If indeed you can leak documents to a board, yes, then
Yeah, well, certainly from his point of view, you
Yes,
can, you could, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right. Mr. Sonny?
As you please. Now, Ms. Ngoyi has given evidence that after that meeting, which was about as short as your meeting was with Mr. Montana, at the end of that meeting, Mr. Montana told her that she was fired or she no longer works.
Yes. Yes.
Now,
Yes, Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sonny, please don't forget your next question.
no, I won't.
Yeah. You said that you I asked you earlier on about what I believe I did ask you, I hope I did, about what you believed was the reason why Mr. Montana dismissed you that evening. What on your analysis is the reason why you were dismissed?
According to me, Chair, I gave a view that is legally sound, and that was against his personal interest. He appeared overly invested in this relationship. I mean, it is in the greater scheme of Prasa, this is a very small contract, especially taking into account that 2/3 of the contract had been implemented already. It's a minuscule contract. Prasa bans, is supposed to ban more than 20 billion a year. Now, when you're talking about a contract of 82 million, which is 2/3, has been discharged 2/3 of the way, and you have this very bizarre response to a legally sound view, then it shows the extent of your investment, your personal investment in the contract.
So you believe that he dismissed you because of the position you had taken with regard to the Prodigy contract?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Chair, let me put it this way. This was the crescendo.
Yes.
There's things that happened. I mean, for an example, there's a story that is not told about the fact that at some point there's an intention to increase the value of the Swifambo contract from 3.5 billion to 5 billion. And we were asked to do that addendum. And we said, no, you guys are too far off with this thing. It's an addendum. Because we quizzed a couple of things and it didn't make sense. Because the rationale that was stated for the increase in the contract price was that the euro had moved against the rand, and because of that, the contract value must increase so that we still get the 70 locomotives. Now, I mean, even to me, who's a lawyer who does not know numbers, an increase from 3.5 to 5, it's almost 33%. I don't think the euro could have increased so much. So that's one of the things that you could see the level of irritation growing as you saying, please don't include me in this.
Okay.
If you want to go ahead with it, you go ahead with it. But and we said, we were approached by Ms. Malongete. We said, you know this thing better than all of us. we have fundamental problems with this contract. But, so you drafted it, and we don't want to go back to those problems. So just finish the addendum. She actually had a draft of the addendum, but she wanted us to have an input to it.
Yeah.
And we said, please don't get us involved in this.
So you say you were fired, as far as you are concerned, for this position you took with regard to the Prodigy contract.
Yes.
But you say that happened as a culmination of a number of things that had happened before,
That
one
is
of which you have
correct.
just said. One of which was this, the attempts, your
yes.
stand not to want to be involved in increasing the Swifambo contract.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, okay.
Now, I perhaps should have asked earlier, but very early in your evidence, you talked about a parallel process. And you were saying it in reference to the work you and Ms. Ngoyi do. Is that the process you are now describing, that Ms. Malongeti and the lady in Mr. Montana's office, the lawyer in Mr. Montana's office, were engaged in? Is that the parallel process you're talking about?
That is correct, Chair.
So in other words, if I can just ask, and you tell me if I'm wrong, there was the official process that your office and Ms. Ngoyi's office was involved in.
Yes.
And there was this process of his own personal advisors and an outsider
Yes.
that was advising Mr. Montana.
That is correct, Chair.
And who had drawn up the Swifambo contract? Was it your office? When I say your office, I'm talking about group legal, or was it these parallel processes?
It was DM5. As I understood it, it was Ms. Brenda Malongete who drew up the contract.
So your office was not involved in the drafting of the Swifambo contract?
No, it wasn't.
Now, Ms. Ngoyi has described the manner in which Mr. Montana dismissed her. And of course, she would have told you about it. But in relation to your dismissal, what happened, your and her dismissal, what happened next?
So I didn't go to the office on the 20th, as I had indicated I would, because now there's this meeting, and I thought, I don't know, maybe let me not be presumptuous. Let me just park my going back to the office. And then she was fired, and she relayed the message to me. So we then went to the CCMA. We did two things, basically. We wrote to the board. We said, this is what has happened to us, and we believe these are the reasons that this has happened to us. We are taking the matter to the CCMA, but we wanted you as the board to know that this is what happened under your watch. And so we didn't receive any response from the board, but what happened after that is we were called back to the office, and the letters of dismissal, I think about a week later, the letters of dismissal were withdrawn by Mr. Montana. And then he then asked us to show cause why he should not suspend us. We wrote representations. He rejected them and suspended us. And we were on suspension until he left.
Now, in paragraph 14.15 at page 105, you give your assessment of Mr. Montana's state of mind in regard to the two dismissals. Could you indicate to the chairperson what you thought his state of mind was? This is paragraph 14.15.
Yes. Chair, I state here that I submit that the reaction of Mr. Montana was of one who had suffered a bout of temporary irrationality, or someone who was overly invested in showing that his word was final, or someone who was overly invested in this transaction and was intolerant of anyone who saw the screaming irregularities in the transaction.
Sorry, what paragraph, what page was that?
So it's page 105, paragraph 14.15, chairperson.
Yes, thank you. No. Paragraph 105.
No, page 105,
Page 105.
paragraph 14.15, which is at the bottom.
Okay. I think I... It's been a long day. I'm looking at Mr. Ahmad's affidavit. Okay. Okay, let me get the page number again now. I'm on the right document now.
Yes.
Paragraph 14.
14.15, which is
Okay,
right at the
I've
bottom
got
of
it,
that
yeah.
page. I thought,
Why did I hear like 105 or something? Okay, I've got it.
I thought just Mr. Dingazwayo's description
Yeah.
of what he understood
Yeah.
or what he thought Mr. Montana's state of mind
Yes.
is a matter that you are looking at as a whole, Chairperson. I thought it
okay.
would be good to put that on record.
Okay.
All right, then you've said in paragraph 14.16 that you wrote to the board and so on. What we haven't done, and looking at the parallel process, in paragraph 14.17 at page 106, now you go back to the SLA, and what happened to that? This is the agreement you said you would not support. Is that correct?
Chair, the SLA was intended to be an annexure to the agreement. Because, I mean, I said, I think as I'm preparing myself to assist you, I need a program of the rest of these trainings, as well as, before looking at the issues of whether it's regular or not, the program of the training, I also need there must be some service level agreement that you conclude with the service provider. So the document I was going to prepare would just contain the general terms, but the specifics in terms of what is going to be, the training is going to be, and all of those things should be in this document called an SLA. And then Ms. Kondowe told me that, no, we've been talking about that. In fact, I can send you a draft. And then she sent me a document which is very similar to what is the SLA,
MMD 7,
MMD 7.
page 179.
No, I don't think so. I think it's, no, sorry, I've joined the chair now. I'm at the wrong.
Page 179,
Yeah,
that is the SLA.
yes, that is the document that was given to me. But, I mean, you'll see when you read this document, it doesn't have any of the essential terms of the contract. It doesn't tell you how many people are going to be trained, how much is this training going to cost, and all of those things, because it was not intended to be a self-standing document.
And you articulate that at paragraph 14.17, your reasons, is that correct? Why you thought that the SLA was,
Yes.
Was inadequate,
Yes, that is correct.
and why Prasa should not enter into such a contract,
Yes.
because the obligations of the parties were not properly set out, and in any case, it now had become a self-standing agreement.
That is correct, Chair.
Now, you are now dismissed on the 19th of May.
Yes.
But you say that that agreement, the SLA, was concluded by Prasa or signed by Prasa on the 29th of May. This is a week and a half after you are dismissed, is that correct? If you look at the last page of the SLA, you'll
Yes.
see that.
Yes, so it's signed on behalf of Prasa on the 29th.
Yes. And you say a Ms. Koko signed the agreement.
Yes.
Now, I'm just going back. Was she in your department, in other words, in the legal department?
No, she was in the HR department.
No, you say she was not in the HR department, but
She was in the HR.
she was in the HR department.
Yes, that is correct.
But this, given the fact that it's an 82 million rand contract, ought to be signed by, ought to pass through legal. Would that be correct?
Yes, Chair, that would be, well, all contracts should be regardless of the size.
Now, do you know if this passed through legal, group legal?
I don't think so, Chair, because I had, as stated, I had reported about this at the monthly meeting of the legal department, where all the legal advisors come. And they, partly, it was to alert them to the fact that, we don't get involved in these kind of things. And so I don't think it went past. Even the quality of the document as a self-standing document, I don't think that any of my colleagues in the legal department would have agreed to this being the document.
You are not in a position to say whether it had passed through the eyes of a lawyer, if I could use such an expression.
No, I can't.
You may have dealt with this already, and maybe I missed it. Do you know who had drafted it?
According to Ms. Kondowe, it's a document they were developing with Ms. Shunmugen of Prodigy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. And contracts would ordinarily be prepared by the legal department, isn't it?
Yes, we either draft them or vet them.
And if somebody else drafts them, they would have to be approved by the legal department.
That is correct, Chair.
Was Ms. Kundowe legally qualified?
No.
And was Ms. Skoka legally qualified?
As far as I know, no, Chair. She was in the
Yes.
HR department.
Yes. Okay.
Right. Then you describe, or you point out that there were other people who had suffered adverse consequences at the hands of Mr. Montana, and you say that at 14.18.
That is correct, Chair. Mr. Kuzwayo was suspended, and there was just a dramatic thing that was done around his suspension. I'm told that these reflector films were you know, that are used for where there's an investigation by police to warn people not to go in, were put around his office door, and just to add drama to his suspension. Mr. Gangia was not suspended with such much fanfare, but he was one of the people who was saying on the payments that Prodigy was claiming were not valid or were not warranted.
Now you referred to Mr. Kuzwayo and Mr. Gangia in that sentence, and later you say who refused to requisition. Is it Mr. Gangia who refused to requisition payment, or is it both Mr. Kuzwayo and Mr. Gangia?
It's Mr. Gangia, Chair.
Oh, okay, all right. And did you get to know why Mr. Kuzwayo was suspended?
Chair,
Oh, not really.
I think he said to me he was accused of losing documents,
Oh, okay,
something like that.
okay.
But after Mr. Montana left, what happened to Mr. Kuzwayo and Mr. Gangia?
They came back. I mean, no charges were proffered against them, and they came back to work.
And was at whose intervention did that happen?
I think what happened is that the first people whose suspensions were lifted was myself and Ms. Ngoy.
Ngoyi, yes.
And then the then group CEO engaged a firm to look at the other suspensions. He engaged Norton Rose to look at the other suspensions, and a report was produced, which there were a number of people that were just suspended for no reason, and all of them came back. You know, there were some people in the HR department. I don't know what they were suspended for, and no one seemed to know what happened there, and so they all came back.
Now, in the next three subparagraphs, that's 14.19, 14.20, and 14.21, you deal with payments. Can I just ask you, you've mentioned those in 14.20 and 14.21, the meetings that Mr. Mudley had with Mr. Holele and Mr. Rakota.
Yes.
That's at 14.21. And 14.20, earlier you mentioned the approach to Ms. Page.
Yes.
In December 2017. Can I ask you to say to the chairperson why what you say at 14.19 is important?
Chair, I think in an organization like Prasa, you find that because in order to institutionalize an irregular contract, there are a number of players that you need for that to succeed. So you need to kind of create that chain of people that will assist you from the onboarding to the payment. So it's normal where you find that although something is so irregular, it still has champions. It still has those people who are saying, please pay this thing, please feel sorry for this innocent service provider and so forth. So there's always that, and that's why even the people from Prodigy gained entrance and went to Ms. Page's office. I mean, one Prodigy official came to my office. He was just there in the corridor and he said he's looking for me. He didn't know. So I said, who are you? He told me why. He says, I'm from Prodigy. And he was trying to say, let's have a meeting and discuss, blah, blah, blah. So I said to him, no, come, sit. It's just going to take 5 minutes. Let me explain to you. I'm not going to set up another meeting, like we can kill it now. And he left. So and you ask yourself, how did that person gain entrance? How did that person know where to look for me? And all those kind of things. So there's always people who are working for Prasa, but who are working for service providers.
Now, in December 2017, in paragraph 14.22, you point out that there was a news report in relation to this Prodigy contract. And you annex that report as MMD 9, which appears at page 189.
Yes.
Now, you don't have to read the whole report but would you confirm whether that's correct, that the report dealt with the Prodigy contract and, of course, Mr. Roy Moodley's association with Prodigy?
Yes, I'm trying. Okay, there
Page
is.
189.
Yes, it is. The reference to the link between Mr. Moodley and Prodigy is on page 190 at the top. It says, we can today reveal that Prodigy Business Services, a provider of training and skills services, made at
I'm
least...
sorry, have we identified what report that is?
Sorry, yes.
Apologies, Chair.
Let's identify it, yeah.
It is a report by News 24.
And who's the author of that report?
It's Mr. Peter Louis Maybeck.
And give the date as well if you...
The
give
date
as
is
well.
15 December 2017.
Yes.
And what is the essence of that, the article?
I'm sorry, I interrupted him while he was reading the first sentence, if I'm not mistaken, or had you finished?
No, I had not finished, Chair. It's at the top of paragraph of page 190. We can today reveal that Prodigy Business Services, a provider of training and skills services, made at least one payment of more than 4 million to one of Moodley's companies in 2015. The payment was made after Prodigy had earlier secured a contract from Prasa that would ultimately earn the company 82 million.
And if you look at the first page of that article, which is at page 189, you will see a picture there. Whose picture is depicted there?
Chair, it is the picture of Mr. Moodley and Ms. Jessie Duarte, I think the Deputy Secretary General of the ANC.
Now, this article quotes Ms. Nirishni Shanmugam as saying they didn't want to go into details about the contract, is that right? If you look at, it's just before that picture on page 190.
Yes. Yes, it just says that it's inaccurate and false,
Yes.
but she didn't answer detailed queries about Prodigy's payments to Moodley's companies.
Yes. And in just under that picture, she also demands something from News 24. What is it that she demands according to the article?
Sources for the story.
Now, just in regard to the Prodigy contract, and we can finish this quite quickly, let me ask you, the newspaper article refers to Mr. Moodley's connection by virtue of a 4 million rand payment made to one of his company by Prodigy.
Yes.
Is there any more direct link between Prodigy and Mr. Moodley, or was there a more direct link?
Chair,
If I can just ask you to look at MD1,
yes.
page 123.
yes. I mean, this came from the payment application. MD1 is a printout of company information from, I think it's Winded. It sets out the company information of Prodigy Business Services. And this document came with a payment application that was launched by Prodigy. And it shows that at some point, Mr. Moodley was a director of Prodigy.
I'm sorry, Mr. Soni. The article at page 190 at the bottom refers to Mr. Moodley having paid Mr. Zuma a salary of 1 million rand a month.
Yes.
I seem to remember that at some stage I had in mind that that's what I had read. But when you led evidence in regard to what Roy Moodley's company paid the former president, I seem to think that the evidence you led seemed to reflect a much lower amount than that per month, about 65,000 or something.
It's about 65,000 rand a month, and a total of about 1.5 million rand.
Altogether.
Altogether.
Yes. So do we know whether this was just a mistake on the part of the author, or could there be other payments that the commission hasn't been told about?
Chairperson, may I put this as elegantly as, or as neutrally as possible? The figures we've given are perhaps more accurate from the information that has been
Yes, okay, thank you. And they were from the bank, eh?
That's right, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Now, just coming back to the contract, the Prodigy contract, there are two things I want to raise with you. One is there was a report on the contract, is that correct? That report was done by Mr. Majola. You referred to
Yes.
it at different parts of your affidavit, but in paragraph 15 of your affidavit, you say the report is annexed as MMD2.
Yes.
And you give details about what's contained in the report. Chairperson, with respect, it may not be necessary to do that for two reasons. If I could just alert Mr. Lingazwaya to particular paragraphs of the report, and then what the status of the Prodigy dispute is at the moment, it may circumvent having to deal with those matters. So, would it be correct, Mr. Dingiswayo, that the document at MMD2 at page 128 is the report you are talking about, the Majola report?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. And then if you look at the conclusion at page 135, and I just want to start off with, we don't have to go through all of them. At 5.1, what does he say?
It reads, Chair, there is a number of witnesses who are yet to be interviewed and submit statements to this matter. From statements obtained, it is clear that former Prasa Technical CEO, Mr. Saki Zamkaka's statement would be critical to this matter.
Yes. And then 5.2?
It says there's a host of documents and records still to be retrieved from different offices or employees in order to complete this investigation as per the scope.
And 5.4?
It says there's a general feeling from some managers that Prodigy training of Prasa employees was not worth the money which they have been paid to them, as it did not benefit the business in any way.
And 5.5?
Although the investigation process has not been completed, it is confirmed through the statements obtained that there was no SCM or tender process followed to employ the services of Prodigy for this training program.
I just want you to stop there for a moment. What is contained in 5.5? How does that compare with your view about the SCM process?
Chair, it agrees with my view that there was no SCM process.
And then 5.6?
5.6 says Ms. Narishni Shunmugen has been contacted on a number of occasions for a meeting so that she could present her side of the matter and submit a presentation to clarify the issues in dispute. And she wrote in a letter via BBM attorneys dated 13 September 2017 stating that she is not willing to give an interview.
And then if you could read the first sentence of paragraph 5.7.
Ms. Shunmugen's reluctance to be interviewed for the purpose of this investigation appears to be in contravention of the partnership agreement which she signed together with Mr. Lucky Montana and other witnesses dated 11/10/2010. And he quotes 6.1, which says the provider will provide internal auditors of Prasa with all necessary support, facilities, and access to information pertaining to Prasa and these services in accordance with legislative requirements. Appropriate assurances will, on request, be provided to Prasa's internal auditors regarding the controls instituted in respect of the provider systems which provide services to or interface with Prasa.
Now, do you know whether the further interviews were conducted and the further documents were retrieved as is suggested in 5.1 and 5.2?
I don't know, Chad. I don't think they were.
Can I just ask you finally in respect of it, what is the position with regard to the dispute between Prodigy and Prasa?
Chair, they made application. We submitted an answering affidavit. Just before I was suspended, I was finalizing an affidavit for an affidavit to review for the court to review and set aside the contract based on legality. So I think that there's a lot of work in the organization at the moment, and I don't think anyone has really got into that. But that was the next stage. And I think the other thing is that at some point, Prodigy's lawyers had withdrawn. So it looked like the matter had died, and Prodigy was trying other avenues. I think, Chair, we learned from the dispute between the COO in the Office of the Public Protector and the Public Protector, the COO that was dismissed, that the Public Protector was trying to fast-track the investigation of Prodigy. They went to National Treasury to say they have not been paid, and we wrote back to National Treasury and say we're disputing the payment. And they went also to the Department of Transport to try and get paid. So after the lawyers withdrew, it looked like they were looking at other avenues to try and get payment.
When you say that Prodigy went to the public protector, you recall you said earlier that the former public protector, Ms. Tuli Madonsela, had filed her report derailed, which was in 2015, or 2014, sorry.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, when Prodigy went to the Office of the Public Protector, who was the public protector?
It was Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane.
That's the person who succeeded Ms. Madonsela.
That is correct.
We are at 5:15. How much time do we still need?
Yes. Chairperson, can I place this on record? That the other matter that Mr. Dingiswayo is to deal with is the CIA matter concerning Judge Makubele.
Yes.
Now, he, to a large extent, confirms what Ms. Ngoyi said in her evidence.
Yes.
And refers to documents she dealt with.
Yes.
And then there's Prasa's then attorney, Mr. Makashwa, who has filed an affidavit, which largely is in line with what Mr. Dingiswayo said.
Yes.
May I make this suggestion, and I could do a small synopsis of what is there, and ask at some stage that part of Mr. Dingiswayo's affidavit be dealt with purely by way of affidavit. Because there is nothing controversial, even in terms of what Judge Makubele says in her response to the various affidavits.
Yeah, I think insofar, if Mr. Dingiswayo is not going to be adding anything in regard to the CIA matter, but will just be largely corroborating what Ms. Ngoye has said, then until what we can do is wait and see whether Judge Makubele disputes any of that, and if therefore there is a need for corroboration, then he can be called. So you could put in an affidavit that confirms that part.
Yes.
And then if at a later stage the version that he was going to corroborate is disputed, then if need be, he can be called back. But I wonder how much dispute there will be. But we will see. We don't know.
Yes, but Chairperson, may I make this point? We will know next week because we are consulting with Judge Makubele next week, and we will put Mr. Dingiswayo's affidavit to her.
Yes.
So we will know if there is a dispute, and that will just narrow things down. In fact, it will save the Commission valuable time in that regard, and we'll just concentrate on anything that is of serious merit.
Yes. So on CIA, we don't need to bother to cover that part insofar as he is concerned.
That is so.
Yes, what else would still be outstanding that needs
That's
to be
all,
covered?
that's the rest of his act.
Yes,
But before we
but
finish.
I don't want us to do injustice to anything important
Yes.
that might still have to be covered. But if we have covered the important things, then it will
we
be
are
fine.
fine.
But you have something to
I
raise.
just wanted to say, Chairperson, when I asked Mr. Dingiswayo about the status of the Prodigy
Yeah.
dispute, I wanted to place on record that in Prasa Bundle B, Exhibit SS3, from page,
Is that the same file we've been looking at? Same.
no,
And
it's,
a different
it's the
bundle.
Bundle B.
Oh.
You needn't go
I
there.
don't need to go
Chairperson.
to look
No,
at it.
no.
Okay, all
It's
right.
just to say that this matter is before the High Court.
Yes.
And the papers in the High Court are before the Commission.
Oh,
We've
okay.
included
okay,
it, just like we
okay.
did with the
No, for the
Siangena
sake of
matter.
completeness, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, no, that's fine. So the Prodigy matters before the court, the Siangena matters are before the court.
Siaya is before
Siaya
the
matters,
arbitrator.
I don't know if they are before the court because hasn't Siaya been liquidated?
Yes, but the liquidators.
The liquidators are
the
still
persons-
pursuing that.
Yes.
Okay, that's before the court. Sifambo, there was a High Court judgment and an SCA judgment saying that the contract was invalid, but the money hasn't been recovered, and very little, if anything, has happened to get the money back.
That was the issue you raised.
Yes. When you combine all of these amounts, the Sivambo amount is what, 4 comma something?
The Swafambo is 3.5 billion.
3.5 billion. And
Siangena is in the region of about 5, perhaps within, but if I could just put the contracts, it's 4 billion.
it's about 4 billion.
Yes.
So that's about 7.5 or something billion. And then Siaya,
Siaya is that 50 million,
about 50 million.
sorry, 60 million.
60 million.
Yes.
Is there one that we are leaving out? Is it all of them there?
Yes, and then of course the Prodigy one.
Or the Prodigy, how
Yes,
much is that?
It's about what Prasa is doing is it wants to review and set aside
Yeah,
the whole
contract.
contract with the intention of claiming back all the money.
Yes,
On the
and-
basis that. there
and
was
how
no
much
value.
was involved in Prodigy?
Sorry, 82 million.
82 million. So all of these entities, the amounts involved must be somewhere just above 7 billion.
It's about, it's closer to 8 billion than 7
It's
billion.
close to 8 billion, yeah. Yes, okay, no, that's all right. So would that be the end of what we need to cover with him?
With Mr. Dingiswayo.
Is there something that we might be missing, Mr. Dingiswayo, that you feel is important that should be covered, that you in terms of your own evidence, apart from
Yes.
what you might have wished to say on CIA?
No, Chair, it's on CIA.
It's on
Yesterday,
CIA.
I think it was yesterday when we were told that there was an inquiry, a liquidation inquiry,
Yeah,
and where there was a number of concessions that were made by Prasa
by
employees.
employees, yeah.
What you are not told is that the star witnesses who made those concessions were Lucky Montana, Daniel Mtimkulu, and a gentleman called Maisha Bupape.
Yes,
So
yes.
what to make of those
Yeah.
concessions?
Yes, yes,
is-
yes, yes.
If I could,
Yeah.
and I know it is comment here, it's like Mr. Montana coming and saying these Prodigy contracts are good because I signed them. That's exactly what happened in the inquiry. And
Yes.
at the right time, Chairperson, you will be given, when Ms. Makubela comes,
Yeah.
you will be given a copy of the Commissioner's report.
Yeah, no, that's why. Because we've got the transcript of the
We've got the
proceedings. We've
proceedings
got
and-
the interim report
Yes.
as well. So we've got all of those of that. Okay, otherwise you are covered.
I'm okay.
Yes, okay. No, thank you very much, Mr. Dingswa, for coming through to give evidence. If necessary, you will be called back, but I think there probably is still a lot that that the Commission would need you for in terms of other issues that have been raised, you and Ms. Ngoye and maybe other people. But thank you very much for coming to give evidence.
Thank you, Chair.
I guess that at some stage, yeah, if you are needed, certainly you will be asked to come back. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So tomorrow we don't have a sitting.
No.
We don't. Yeah.
No.
And then I need to just announce for purposes of the media. So tomorrow we won't have a sitting, but next week we will continue. On Monday we will hear evidence from, I'll hear evidence from Mr. Frolick, a member of parliament. We will deal for most of the week, I think we will deal, or maybe half of the week, we'll deal with some Busasa related persons or implicated persons. There will be, I think, other Busasa related witnesses during the week and implicated persons who will give evidence for most of next week. Okay, we adjourn.
As it is.
All right.
Well done.